All right, everybody. All right. How are we doing? Check in. We're blasting off. Got our first hour of Member Monday. Member Monday hour of power begins. So shout out to all my members of my YouTube channel and also on the Facebook page and Twitch. I appreciate everybody for all the support. Geeg over there, first time chatter over on Twitch. I appreciate you guys. I've been my Twitch is like under attack for some reason. I'm getting I don't know, maybe it's because I need to read more of the Twitch chat. I don't know what's going on. But I've had 2 one-day suspensions now on Twitch for fake engagement. I don't know what that means. I don't know if my Twitch is getting hit with bots or whatever the hell is going on, but I mean, I didn't stream yesterday on Twitch, so it was fine. But I've gotten hit with 2 temporary 24-hour bans for fake engagement on Twitch. I'm not doing anything. I don't use bots. I don't use any of that software to do any of that bullshit. So I don't know. I'm probably getting hit with trolls because there are some trolls on Twitch. They exist. Not many. It's definitely more of a non-MAGA troll platform, but they do exist. And I'm wondering if they're getting mad and just hitting my channel. Just like the night in Portland when I got hit with all those bots, getting my hopes up and hurting my feelings when we almost had 100,000 subs, apparently. But we're going to hit it eventually. I'm not too worried. These trolls can keep trying. I'm not tripping too hard, especially since we have so many platforms. Facebook just passed 120,000. So I appreciate that. My goal for Facebook by the end of the year is like 150K. You know, by next year, 200,000 on Facebook. That platform continues to grow. Facebook is not dead at all. People say it's dead. It's dead for the younger generations. I'll put it that way. It's dead for Gen Alpha and whatever the new one is. That's fine. I'll use the younger generation apps for that. That's how it's going to have to work. That's how it's going to have to work. It's going to have to be multi-posting to my age and older platforms of social media, and then keeping up with the times. And keeping up with the times is tough because that shit is like it's not easy. Got to do reels and then do you have to have so many apps for apps. Got to have an app, an editing app to put the captions on, and then you got to put a fucking it's just a lot of work to keep up with the reels and the TikTok postings. I let a fly in, so that sucks. That's what sucks about having a fucking door right here. See, let a fly in, so that's gonna be flying around. You'll see that. Let me know in the chat where you guys, if you guys went to the No Kings protests on Saturday. We've had a busy few weeks covering nationwide protests across the country, in Chicago, in Portland, and here in Minneapolis. I've been covering the Minneapolis protests for all year. So if you're new to the channel from Chicago, or from the Portland coverage, or just in general, maybe you just started tuning in, or you're back. I've been covering on-the-ground protests in Minnesota all year. And it's really awesome to see how many people are watching the No Kings protest for just local coverage, and I hope that continues. That'll be cool if we have like thousands of people just watching local protests. But, you know, sometimes when I'm covering local at-home protests, obviously it doesn't get as many. Fucking fly. Maybe I just leave the door open and it'll fly out. Maybe I would just open that door, it'll just fly outside. It's raining outside, though, so it's all shitty. I'm glad to see so many people showing up for the local protests. That's awesome. And especially tuning in to seeing what the hell is going on again. There was a time period after the riots and all the craziness in 2020 ended where I stayed with the protests and covered them, but not many people watched. And I realized it's because I had a lot of MAGA followers. And when the protests, which is ironic, so weird, because they loved to call the protests violent and riots and all this hyperbolic rhetoric, but then when they weren't violent and they weren't crazy, they wouldn't watch. And I would never understood that. Now I do. Back in 2020, I'm like, oh man, why are there only like, because back in 2020, I would cover the most peaceful protests, and it was majority of them, and there'd be like maybe 100 people watching. I'm talking period. I didn't multi-stream or anything, so I wasn't using multiple platforms. But after the riots died down and the pandemonium, I had to go to Portland to get the viewers, because obviously in Portland they were still going hard against the federal government. at the Justice Center, so I had to keep going back there just to like keep up with what people were watching, because it just wasn't the utmost peaceful protests. And I think that's because of the rhetoric that the right wing has put out now completely about anyone that stands against Trump. It's not just the left. It's like if you stand against Trump at all, no matter what political leaning you are left now. It is what it is. You're on the left. So, I mean, I think a lot of people are seeing that. The types of people I'm seeing at these protests probably have never been to protests before. I mean, I'm not. There's no one way a protester can look, I guess. But for, like what I saw in 2020 compared to like the movement I'm seeing now, there's definitely like more types of people that are out there. And there were a lot of people in 2020 protests, a lot. But like these ones are just like so wide. Like there's for sure concern. Like for example, at a 2020 Black Lives Matter protest, you would have never seen somebody walking around wearing, you know, U.S. military fatigues and the American flag. Wouldn't have happened. They would have thought that person's a Proud Boy or something. Yeah, they'd never. Maybe, I don't know, maybe one person like during a daytime extra lib protest, which those were rare. It was mostly like mostly like pretty not so like centrist protests. Or there were centrists that went out there and protested, but you know, you wouldn't have seen that in 2020. You wouldn't have seen somebody carrying the Constitution around. You know, you just so, and that's not what everybody's doing. There's some people out there with the Palestine flag. There's some people that are out there in Black Bloc. There's communist groups out there. There's conservative groups. It's literally the most wide-ranging political thing I've seen of so many different issues against Trump, and I think it's fine. I think this will just inspire more hyper-focused protests to happen over time, because people will be like, damn, I don't want to wait for the month. And that's what I think these protests are for. I really think these protests are just to get people involved. Every month there will be one unifying protest of like everybody, and then they're really just designed to get people to start their own. I mean, they're literally telling you how to do it. If you go to the website of the 50501 shit, because that's how I look and figure out where to go to cover some of these. And they're literally like, this is how you do it. This is how you need to do. This is what you need to have. They're giving the tools. They're like giving the knowledge of how to organize a protest. They're giving people flyers, all types of shit. So I really think it's just designed over time to get you motivated to do your own. Because people are going to get tired of waiting for a month. Like they're like, fuck, I want to protest now. You don't have to wait for anybody to tell you. You can go out there right now in the rain and walk up and down your street with a sign. You can do that right now. No one needs to tell you to protest. Like if people protest shit all the time, or they boycott, or like they choose not to buy something. Like for example, I stream video games, and a lot of people are boycotting EA now because of the buyout in Saudi Arabia, and Jared Kushner's firm and another one just bought out Electronic Arts. Okay, so a lot of people are not buying EA games anymore. Is that really I mean, it's kind of relevant to politics a little bit with Jared Kushner and Saudi Arabia. However, it's a niche, but people make those types of decisions every single day of all types of things. So if you have a protest, I mean, just go do it. You know, you grab a friend or something. I don't know. No one's going to care. As long as I mean, literally, as if you have like one person, you can't go block traffic. You can try. You're going to get ran over or hurt. But I mean, that's why you need a lot of people. If you're going to do some shit where you're going to shut something down, like if you're going to shut a street down, you do need a lot of people for that. Because yeah, if you're going to go out there by yourself and try to go stand in the road, you're going to get hit by a car. So don't do that. Okay. Yeah, maybe coordinating. You can coordinate with your law enforcement if you want to. I've seen people do that. Some do, some don't. You don't have to. Some people don't like the police, so they choose not to, and they have the protest itself protect the protest, but then some other protests like to coordinate with the police and keep them involved, and then show them, you know, hey, this is you don't need to gas protesters to keep them from going onto a road or something. So they work and coordinate with the law enforcement. I think however they do it, I think it's cool. However the protest organizes, it's fine for me at least. I mean, I'm just out there to cover it regardless and just film whatever happens. But like, just telling you guys my opinion, like, I think either way is fine. Like, coordinating with law enforcement has proven to be good, I think. But then obviously you're going to have people that are protesters not fuck with that really, because their beef is with the police. You know, their protest is the police. So it's like, they don't really want to be in a, so it's weird. It's like a nuance there. But for me, it's like, I think it's fine either way. I don't have any personal beef with the police, but I understand protesters that do. I mean, obviously, besides the federal government and like, or like, it's for me, it's specific. Like, if taxpayer funds are misused, or like in Minneapolis when the police were just out there acting like Grand Theft Auto cops, or when they're murdering people like that are unarmed, you know. But it's like specific issues. But like, just in general, though, I don't have an issue with law enforcement. I mean, I don't bother them, they don't bother me, but I understand people that do have issues with them, okay, and people that have had issues with law enforcement. I mean, I have issues with the federal and law enforcement. I have personal issues with the way the militarization of the federal government has been, Trump sending them into our cities, the degrading of our military sucks for me because I'm a veteran. So seeing our vets on their knees for Putin sucked. Seeing National Guardsmen get sent into cities to go walk around and scare people because only 1% of the country serves. Okay. If you like, most of the country aren't comfortable around weapons and like military looking people. They like, don't like that. And that's just is what it is. Like me, I play I play war games. I watch war movies. I was a veteran. I'm comfortable. I'm actually comfortable in environments around law enforcement shit. They don't bother me. Like, I'm not scared of them. There's no reason for me to be afraid of them other than like when they come out and I'm covering a protest and I'm like making sure they're not going to shoot me. But beyond that, like I'm just making sure myself is defended. In general, though, I'm not fearful of the cops. Like, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm privileged like that. Okay, I have that privilege, I guess. But in those spaces, I'm not scared. Okay, but like a lot of people in America are, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, because a lot of Americans aren't around any of that. They're not around cops, so they're not around feds, they're not around the military, they're not around weapons, so they're like a little afraid of all that. So when you have the National Guard going into cities and they're armed and they're walking around doing fucking patrols, what does that look like? And then you got to imagine a lot of people that are afraid around that, they aren't comfortable. They're not comfortable to just go out and walk around, despite what Trump is saying, that, oh, it's so nice in Washington, D.C. Oh, look at how beautiful it is now that the military's out there. And it's just not the case at all. Like, businesses are struggling. Restaurants and places to eat are struggling because of the militarization of the law enforcement and the National Guard. I mean, it'll start getting scarier for people like me that can navigate those situations to when I get jailed for just being there. You know what I mean? For just like, because I have a opinion against Trump, obviously, and then if me just being there puts me in jail, then obviously, like, yeah, that would be for sure. We're in dark. I think we're going there. You know, that's what I'm just expecting. You just got to look at the rhetoric we're seeing now, and I'm not seeing anything that's leading to the Republicans and the conservatives like coming back from that and like pulling away from, hey, freedom of speech. Like, hey, they have their freedom to disagree with us. Hey, even conservatives can disagree with other conservatives. That's okay. We can do that, even though they do all the time. If you look at the right wing, they have infighting all day. It's like all day long. But they are able to unify under Trump. Trump is the one thing that keeps them, like, at the end of the day, they're like, okay, yeah, MAGA, let's go. That's our shit. So that's what's tough about that. But they do infight and argue like all the time. It's not like they're always together on shit. MAGA stands for Make Argentina Great Again. We're gonna go into some of those today, guys. We're gonna go into the 50501 protests, the No Kings protest, some photos and stuff. You guys shared some shit to Discord. I got MAGA takes. We're gonna look at Twitter. We're gonna do some shit. We got an hour of power, another 45 minutes ish or so on YouTube. But if you want to chat, you can go to Facebook and go to Twitch. I'm trying to grow the Twitch. I see you guys over there. I've been talking to y'all. I'm trying to. It's just like, it's not as easy as you think when you're a streamer, when you add another platform, because it's already a lot to look at one. And now I have fucking 4 of them, but now I've only three of them have chats. So I'm trying to use software to help me. But on Twitch, it's like you can't use it though. Like if you use software to help you read a chat, with all the chatters, Twitch will like, it's so stupid because Twitch wants you just on Twitch, obvious, which I guess can make sense, but not for me. When I'm a smaller streamer on there, I need to use as many platforms as I can. I don't have any deals. Like Twitch didn't offer me a deal or anything. So if that ever did happen, I don't know. I don't know if I would take. Well, I don't know. It depends. But I don't want to lose YouTube. Like I feel like YouTube streaming is actually growing now. Finally, that's also a PSA. I don't know what Twitch is doing. Like I'm just learning Twitch and all that. I see you guys there, but YouTube streaming, I've been forcing it and it sucked for the last 5 years. But I think it's getting better. I think YouTube streams, like I'm seeing my streams featured in the YouTube home feed. And streams never got featured like just 2 years ago, like a year ago. Actually, a year ago, I would never like. I'd see my stream show up because I was subscribed to my channel. Like I watch my stream through my phone, but now I'm seeing it like featured. This stream might be featured if you look at the homepage. It's just I think YouTube's really trying to tap into that a little more, which is good. I piss me off whenever YouTube wouldn't. Like, what the hell, YouTube? You're the biggest video platform, and you're not doing anything for streaming. But it seems so they are. We'll see where it goes. They're adding more features, like you've seen them over time update on this platform, but they all are on my gaming channel first. Like, if you ever want to know what the hell is going to happen on YouTube, I guess come watch my gaming channel, because that one gets updated first, and it's usually stupid. Like my poor chatters on my gaming channel, they've had like their usernames are showing up like stupid, and like middle of the stream something will change. I remember the day the top fan thing came up and people were like, why is there a crown next to my name? So my gaming channel is the one that gets all the features first, and then this channel gets it eventually. Yeah, poor gaming chatters. Just things just change on them. They'll just be sitting there watching me play a game, and then like something crazy in the chat happens and YouTube like breaks. Or the other night where YouTube itself was just like broken and people were like couldn't even watch. If you had an issue on YouTube, I think it was Friday night. Yeah, I think it was Friday night. There wasn't nothing you did wrong. It was a YouTube issue. So if you're on another stream and you're like, why is YouTube not working? It was YouTube. All right, so let's get into it. I mean, I'm opening up my shit. Here's the East Wing. POV Donald Trump to America. It's a good metaphor. But East Wing is getting destroyed so they can build that fucking ballroom. Yep. So your taxpayer dollars are going. We got the Gulf of America. You got Argentina getting bailouts, and you got a ballroom. And you got the National Guard in your cities, and ICE getting ICE agents all over the place, and a surge coming of more of them. That's really what you've got. You got nothing else. You have gotten nothing else. It's wild how even in the rhetoric of the tariffs, they're like, oh, we'll use the tariff money for this shit. Like they're just like as if they're choosing to just bless things with their enrichment of themselves, them being Trump and the administration. Yeah, we'll use the tariff money to pay for the soldiers. Dumb shit. It's so stupid. So government shutdown, and there's the White House right now. Okay, we're getting that ballroom built. East Wing gone. I never been inside the White House though, so I don't know. I don't know what the ins and outs of all that looked like, but I mean it's a piece of history there. Piece of American history there getting just tore the fuck up. It's a building. Buildings get tore down, but it's a good metaphor though to America, because that's where we're going. I mean, it just is what it is. You got to learn how to adapt out here. Maybe travel the world a little bit, see how other countries work, because like America is just going down, dude. We are going down. Okay, I'll tell you when it starts looking up. Preston Stewart gets it. Why doesn't the White House? Oh, let's go. Preston Stewart making traction. Preston's coming all out full. I love that. I love that veteran. Like somebody that's trying to keep themselves, you know, a little bit more central is being honest about Trump. Like that's needed too. Like you can be honest about Donald Trump and the authoritarianism of MAGA and still be a centrist at the same, because it's actually so egregious. It's a centrist. It should be a centrist position. It shouldn't be a leftist position to call out what Donald Trump is doing and the administration. It shouldn't be at all. It's actually, it should encompass, because there's even conservatives that are out there with it. We'll watch that. We'll peep what that's about. I have some bookmarks though before we get into that. I also have Robbie Road Streamer was freed. Hassan crashed out. We'll get into that too. He's crashing out because he's decided to be hyper focused on super left issues, which are fine. It's important to do. But I think Hassan has made himself into like streaming for what he thinks his audience wants instead of what he wants. And that's, you shouldn't do that. You should never do that. If you want to become a streamer and do streaming stuff or influencing stuff, you have to be yourself. Or you're fucked. If you start acting for your audience, I mean, it's just, you're cooked. Then you'll be, you're a slave to your own audience, which is, I mean, not, your audience is great. Good W audience for sure, but you have to lose yourself. You lose a part of yourself. So this happened at the No Kings, one of them. If you guys didn't see this, you just have to watch it all play out, okay?
Let's go! Ice! Let's go! Ice! God bless Trump! 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 Yeah, fuck you! Ride your bike, you fucking fag! Go get a job! Yeah!
Yeet.
Loser! Fucking loser!
Yo. It's like a movie scene. Oof. That one hurt. That one hurted. Oof. Uh-oh. Oof.
You don't quit, I'm serious. Hey, get your buddy. Get your buddy.
Back up, man. You ran into me. What the fuck?
Hey, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
The skateboard kid is still there.
Trip his ass. Trip his ass. Fuck you.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck pussy. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. You, dude. What are you doing? Get out of here. They're violent right now. Dude. Get out of here.
Yeah, dude.
Get out of here. I'm sorry, you need to go. I don't want you to get hurt more than you are. I don't know where they are. Buy new glasses.
Buy new glasses. What city is this? New York? So he went from, damn, dude. He went from that. This is the end. Oof. This is the start. Walking around, marching around like that. Imagine saying this though.
Ride your bike, you fucking fag!
And then you got like, and then you're like that. Oh boy. Oh no. How do you fall in that? How do you fall and land like that, yo? I've tripped. Like I'm clumsy. I'm super. I can trip and fall. I've never fallen into that position though. Like brother, holy. Like how does that happen? They got really slick streets out there. Like where is it? Union Station? Where is this? Boy even used the car to propel himself to get some extra speed. Fucking Jesus. What did he fall over? Just gravity. Crazy. So that happened. Damn, super viral video now. Yep. They all like this too. That's all they say. Like, God bless Trump, Trump. And then one guy is literally just like saying Trump, Trump. They're trolls. Like that's all they have left. Look at it. Let's go ice. Yeah.
God bless Trump! God bless Trump! God bless Trump!
Trump. That's a MAGA rally. I've been to many of them. That's what they're like. This is a MAGA rally right here. There's nothing else. Trump. Okay, so one of the Antifa journalists, the Antifa Roundtable state media people now, who's Brandy Cruz. She was a journalist in Seattle, but now she's a MAGA. So her theory is that boomers who experimented with LSD were actually microdosed with a mind control virus that turned them into communist sleeper agents who were then activated with the phrase "No Kings." That's what we're dealing with. Okay, so remember, Brandy is one of the roundtable people. She was up there with Cam Higbee and the ones that are influencing Trump. That's where we're at. You just say shit. That's what the right wing was. That's what the right wing was, like deep, like the old timey mid 2000s Alex Jones, 2010s Alex Jones shit. I'm waiting for the blood from the babies one, or the Democrats feed off of babies' blood. That one is going to come out soon. Okay, so this dude took a video of himself. I thought he was just a meme guy, right wing feelings meme guy. And there was a lot of videos like this from the right, where they went to the No Kings rallies in their shit with their freedom T-shirt and their red hat, and then they thought they were gonna be able to do like Nick Sorter propaganda and film themselves being attacked and make themselves into victims, and nobody really like engaged with them. Like they were like dork or something, and just obviously the protest is against Trump. These people are like bots of Trump, I think that's how they're viewed. They're just kind of like there, you know, and that's kind of the vibe. There was nothing, we didn't see any counter protesters in Minneapolis. They're afraid of Minneapolis, which is so silly to be afraid of Minneapolis. But our MAGA like stay up north. Okay, they don't come near the cities. They're deathly afraid of Minneapolis and St. Paul, for sure. Like if you're from anywhere, like Minneapolis and St. Paul and Minnesota are very scary to these types of people. Okay. Anyways, but we didn't see any of this. But a lot of them went to other protests, smaller ones. I didn't see any of them at like a major city. Oh, I saw Medina at the Portland one. We can go into some of those, but they wore their hat. Look at how they even tell the story. Well, I'm at the No Kings protest in downtown Asheville. I wore my freedom shirt, and for the first time in my life, drum roll, I put on a MAGA hat. Oh my God, dude. So sick. Oh my God. There were a lot of angry people who were mean, but also so many people that hugged me and said, thank you. God bless Trump. Trump.
So I'm at the rally in Asheville, North Carolina, wearing my MAGA hat and freedom t-shirt.
Nice.
And so far, pretty great responses. I was walking down the street here in downtown, and two men started running at me, and I was like, I don't know if this is good. And then
I think you would like it. I don't know.
They gave me a big hug, and they said, we're Israeli. We love Trump.
Could be true. I mean, it would be true for sure. Like, but is this did this happen actually?
And then another woman came up and said, oh my God, I love your hat and I love your dog. Because of course I brought Winston with me.
I've noticed a lot of MAGA bring their safe space. I mean, I love the pups. I don't like bringing them at violent protests. Like the ones in No Kings is fine. Like the ones in Minneapolis, I saw people with their dogs or their service animals. That's fine. Like there's no police. There's no risk of tear gas or flashbangs or something that would give your dog or you PTSD. Like those are fine. The ones that are like against ICE and they've been like, don't bring your animals to those or kids. That's just my opinion. Like you keep the animals and the kids at home for the ones against ICE, because those ones are for sure like they're going to deploy less than lethal munitions on you. Okay. But at the No Kings ones though, I think it's fine. They've consistently all year since February been the most peaceful things. There's no risk of violence, zero risk of violence at these that I've seen. And they're just so big. You can bring your whole family. Honestly, people do bring their family to these. However, like, don't bring your dogs to the fucking and your kids to the ice ones, or where there's ice out, because ice don't care. They'll go out. They'll tackle you. You could be there with your dog standing there, and they'll like tackle you because you got too close to them, or like they felt threatened. So keep away from those ones if you're gonna go anywhere near those. But I've also noticed a lot of MAGA bring their service animals with them out at these, which is fine. But it's kind of like I feel like it's a kind of a vice, you know, like, hey, this is like my safe, like to keep me like mentally safe in this space of leftist. like I don't know. I think it just keeps them. It keeps them protected, you know, to have their little pup with them.
Your dog, because of course I brought Winston with me. But it's mostly just a giant costume party for elderly people. You can see him behind me, Handmaid's Tale. It's so tired, but this is who they are.
A giant costume party for elderly people. So what is the left? Is it a bunch of Antifa terrorists like coming for you, or are they a bunch of elderly white costume Halloween party? Like, what is it? It's like Biden. Biden was both, like, when Biden was president, he was both incompetent, old, and weak, but also like a deep state mastermind, super sleeper cell agent. I put on a MAGA hat. Oh. So one take, what is painfully obvious and legitimately some of the saddest stuff I've ever seen is that none of these right-wing influencers believe in anything. They don't. And that's what debates, like, I will start tuning into debates again when people debating MAGA, if MAGA shows up, what their actual beliefs are. And they cannot be slogans. Make America Great Again is not a belief. It's a slogan. Like, all of their shit is like commercialized, like, talking points. What is a conservative? What is conservatism? What is the Republican Party? What is the pillars of the Republican Party? What do they believe in? Their entire identity is centered around trying to be counterculture. So when they are in power, they have nothing else to do. That's the facts. Their entire identity is centered to be counterculture. They are, and also that they're the true victims. Okay, they're victims, and that MAGA is the actual counterculture. And that they are like that they are the minority out here. Okay. They have the complete control of the government. They have the Supreme Court. They have the presidency. They have both chambers of Congress. I mean, they have the whole thing. They did a full sweep. And they're still out there acting like that they're victims, or they are special cases. This is going to help with protesters. Kind of like agitator identity cards and their threat levels. Someone tagged me in this, pretty cool, from Hex Castley. And this could help because protesters usually don't know unless they're super online, but most aren't. So if you got like a MAGA, like here, they even got one for Tommy. Profile observed, threat level red. Arrested 3 times in 2 weeks as assaulted protesters. He's carrying around a smoke bomb and plans to use it. Carries fart spray, air horns, megaphone, GoPro, and more. Majority funded by his viewers. Brags about making more money in a night than his job prior. But that's what sucks, is that's gonna end. This motherfucker ain't saving any of that. This is the pump. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what the right term is, but his little thing is going to end soon. And he has no plan to work beyond it. I think it's already starting to die down. Like he had his up and it's like a 15 minutes of fame and then back down. Will take shots of license plates, spins narrative for viewers, claiming false situations when in reality they were provoked. Says white liberal women are the death of America. Also consistently says, we are Charlie Kirk and conquered people, conquered land. So that could help. Shit like that. So that way protesters aren't out talking to people like this and then are found, and then their faces on Fox News the next day as a terrorist. That's what happens. Is you out there like, oh, I'm going to talk to this person. They seem nice. And then they do seem nice. And then 5 hours later, you're on Fox News as a Hamas terrorist or something. They're gremlins. You should not talk. I mean, they're going to do what they got to do. It's not my job to go out there and stop these people. That's not my job. My job is to film the event, right? I have my opinion when I'm home and when I'm out there sometimes. But when I'm out there, I'm filming what's happening. It's not my job to go up to these people and tell them to stop. You got to know. You just got to be aware of who you're talking to, and whatnot, because they have their freedom of speech to do their shit. But just expect to be on a right wing news platform as a terrorist if you give these people your time of day. That's all I'm telling you. But do you take that? Maybe you can. Maybe you'll be the one to change them. Maybe you can change them for sure. So this was a text from Caroline Levitt with a Huffington Post journalist, and it was reposted, and it's so wild, but it's just kind of it shows the reality of this administration. Is the president aware of the significance of Budapest Memorandum in 1994? Russia promised in Budapest not to invade Ukraine if it gave up the nuclear weapons it inherited when the Soviet Union dissolved. Why does he not see why Ukraine might object to that site? Who suggested Budapest? Thanks. Caroline Levitt responds, your mom did. Huffington Post journalist goes, is this funny to you? And then Caroline Levitt goes, it's funny to me that you actually consider yourself a journalist. You are a far left hack who nobody takes seriously, including your colleagues in the media. They just don't tell you that to your face. Stop texting me your disingenuous, biased, and bullshit questions. Yes, it's real. Caroline Levitt had to give us some extra context. Why is this named SV date, by the way? What is that? Did you date this person? Kind of a weird contact. I don't know. I just shit that I pay attention to. For context, SV. Oh, that's his name. SV date. My bad. That's his name, actually. So, my bad for thinking that, seeing as she responded, your mom did. I know. I'm my bad. You're right, Josh. I'm an idiot. But like the way that she responded, my brain went to, she's a child. She's like a high school child. Okay. SV Date is his name. Of the Huffington Post is not a journalist interested in the facts. He is a left-wing hack who has consistently attacked President Trump for years and has constantly bombards my phone with Democrat talking points. Apparently, the Budapest Memorandum of 1994 and Russia and the U.S. and the UK, right? I think it was the UK as well. There was Russia and the U.S. I can't remember if the UK was involved. Yes, and France and China. Oh, so the major countries, and obviously Ukraine. Basically, Ukraine had to give up their nukes. Ukraine denuked, got rid of like their own little power, because they would have had power. If you have nukes, you have power. It just is what it is. So Ukraine got rid of their power for peace without nukes. We had so much peace. It was, the 90s were just a little peacetime. And then obviously Russia agreed to this. And then if anybody were to invade Ukraine, it's kind of like a little mini Article 5 for Ukraine, where like if anyone invaded Ukraine or fucked with Ukraine after they denuked themselves, then the US, Russia, China, France, the UK would all get involved and help Ukraine. Well, then now obviously Russia's invaded Ukraine multiple times, but full-scale invasion of Ukraine since 2022, and they broke the Budapest Memorandum themselves. Okay, they broke the treaty, and then is that what Russia wants to do now? I've tapped out of geopolitics for a second. Russia, is that where they want to hold the peace talks next? Oh, Budapest, that's where they're going to have it. Jesus. Zelensky ready to join Trump-Putin talks after Frank White House meeting. Ukrainian President Zelensky said he would be ready to join Donald Trump and Putin as proposed summit in Hungary if he were invited. The U.S. and Russian presidents announced after their phone call on Thursday that they plan to hold talks on the war in Ukraine in Budapest. That sucks. Budapest is in Hungary, and Viktor Orban is like a dictator, but they get to use all the Western organizations. They're in the European Union, they're in NATO, but Orban is a dictator, and they're allied with Vladimir Putin, so it sucks. That's why Europe is just fucking they're in a situation too. Like the fact that Ukraine was full-scale invaded like this and Europe didn't fucking put weapons in Ukraine themselves to defend Ukraine. Or after the US is now pulled out completely, then give more weapons, or put the French military in Ukraine. That's what, it seemed that's what Macron wanted to do for a little bit. But now you're going to have Orban now. You're going to have Orban in Hungary host the peace talks. It's going so good. Wow. Okay, so that's fucked. Anyways, that's understood as to why hosting the peace talks in Budapest is a problem. 1, Hungary. 2, this is where the Budapest memorandum was signed and Russia broke this. And then obviously that's a valid question to ask the press secretary. It's like, why is this happening in Budapest? Who suggested it? So apparently all of that is Democrat talking points. Nice. Democrat talking points. Just take a look at SV Date's feed. He's against Trump. Here's my full response to his inquiry. Activists who masquerade as real reporters do a disservice. Yep. And that is the response you give if you're in a cult. Yeah, well, those are the enemy talking points. You're anti-Trump, so you're not even a real journalist. That's crazy. That's crazy. And we still have people that are like that voted for Trump that support Ukraine. That's so fucked. If you support Ukraine and you voted for Trump, slap the fuck out of yourself. And do it every single day. We have people in Ukraine right now that I actually interacted with that like I had to, because I thought Kamala Harris was like gonna win. And so I was like, oh, you support Trump? That sucks. Why do you? And like they're in Kyiv and shit. So many people that are conservative support Ukraine and they're MAGA. And they're like are having a crisis, but their crisis isn't happening fast enough to get them to change. Their crisis is like going on now for over a year. And it's so fucked. They're so fucked. I've not interacted with any of them. I can't. How could I? I can't talk to them ever again. Until they like personally come to me and like are like have an actual come to Jesus moment as to how the fuck that could have happened. That one bothers me more than anything. First of all, it's ordinancy buffoons. Okay, so in California, what happened here? So in California, they had live munitions being shot over the protest. Let's look that up really quick. California I-5 munitions. House safe plan to fire munitions over Interstate 5 went off the rails. A CHP cruiser was hit. There's supposed to be a boisterous event at Camp Pendleton celebrating 250 years at the U.S. Marine Corps that included a live simulation of a beach assault by sea and air. The plan involved Marines firing high explosive rounds from M777 howitzers, artillery used to launch shells in wars in Afghanistan and Ukraine. Into designated ranges, federal officials last week insisted it would be done with all safety precautions in place and said no public highways would be closed. Why are they firing live fucking rounds? No, and this isn't normal, by the way. This isn't normal. This isn't like now as Trump is president, this is getting more attention. No, this doesn't happen. Trump is for sure doing this on purpose. Fuck all that. Fuck all of that. They're doing this on purpose. Yeah, fucking let's do beach landings in California and use live rounds too. Yep. for sure, all on purpose. Fuck all that. The California officials expressed fears about those live rounds being fired over Interstate 5. I wonder why. Which runs between where the beach, where the landing was taking place, and the rest of the sprawling military installation. Then on Friday evening, the Marines did a test run without notifying state officials, firing artillery rounds over the I-5. Wow. All while motorists were just driving on the freeway. This is deeper than just the No King. Obviously, the No Kings protest was happening. Also, the same day the Marines, the Marines could have did their 250th thing and used simulation rounds, blanks. And you hear the pop and everything, and you hear the little. You have your little thing. You should be using blanks and sim rounds. The fuck is this? No, this is because Trump is trying to strong arm California in general, like beyond just the No Kings protest. Because California is like the 4th or 5th biggest economy in the entire world, and obviously Democrats control California, so he's literally like at like a proxy war with California. That's why. Actually, cut all the bullshit out. He's at a proxy war with California, but using our military for it, and it just continues. You already had Marines already made one arrest of one person. They already had the National Guard there. The ICE is still active in California, all over the thing. You saw how he reacted to the wildfires when California had wildfires. Newsom is a political opponent to Trump now, directly. So this is all for sure on purpose. Early Saturday morning, Governor Newsom announced the closure that day of a 17-mile stretch of the interstate from just south of San Clemente to just north of Oceanside during the event, which an estimated 15,000 attended and included a speech by J.D. Vance. Now the California Highway Patrol is reporting that a cruiser parked on an on-ramp of Interstate 5 was hit by falling shrapnel after an artillery round exploded mid-air far earlier than intended, forcing an early end to the... Wow. Although no one was hurt, thankfully, why the fuck is that even happening? Why are you firing artillery rounds into California over interstates? Why are you doing that anyways? There's a photo. The Marines announced it was investigating the incident. The military's so fucked, you guys. Listen, if you served, you better hold on to that respect, because the respect of the military is gonna go down. Like just giving respect to the military and having that is gonna die, like slowly, and we're all gonna have to watch it happen. Americans will not just start respecting the military anymore out of just because. Some don't, but like most do. That will change. Some will, most won't. That will change soon. If shit like this, like it's gonna be Donald Trump doing it, but you have the military firing artillery rounds over highways and landing on shit. And you have them patrolling our streets. The general public is going to hate the military soon. And it's happening already. A report is widely circulated saying the White House intended to shut Interstate 5 amid plans to shoot missiles from Navy warships into Camp Pendleton, the Marine Corps 125,000-acre base along the coast of the northern San Diego County. Governor Gavin Newsom's press office responded to the report on social media, calling the idea an absurd show of force. Listen, he'll do all of this to California, but he won't do it to Russia. Or like actual threats. Or they'll use the full weight of the military to blast little speedboats, and Trump will say, well, have you seen those speedboats? Have you seen them? They're like super advanced, super speedboats. We got to use the... I don't know how many millions of taxpayer dollars they used to just blast I can't even remember the dumb shit he said in that last press conference last week. Drug essence, or what did he say? They got drug powder. What was the term he used last week to validate him blasting boats in Venezuela out, which we're probably going to go to war with Venezuela soon. That's probably going to happen. It was some stupid term he said. I don't know, Twitch has it. I pull Twitch. Drug dust. Yeah. Fucking drug dust. So stupid. Thank you, MAGA girl, for the follow, even though your name's weird. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. 5 streams. Thank you, personal munchies. 5 streams in a row. Thank you so much. The Marine Corps said no ordnance would be fired from a Navy ship to the shore. The demonstration would involve the firing of a high explosive rounds from an M777 howitzer into design ranges. Okay, if that's an M777 howitzer, we've given a bunch of them to Ukraine. There's a range of 15 to 25 miles. Is that the test fire? It was part of a dress rehearsal. M777 artillery pieces have historically been fired during routine training from land-based artillery firing points west of the I-5 into impact areas east of the interstate within existing safety protocols and without the need to close the route. This is an established and safe practice. Anyways, CHP Border Division Chief Tony Coronado later said in a statement that it is highly uncommon for any live fire or explosive training activity to occur over an active freeway. As a Marine myself, I have tremendous respect for our military partners, but my foremost responsibility is ensuring the safety of the people of California and the officers who protect them, Coronado said. Oh, well, he's a Antifa Border Patrol agent now. Yep. Can't say that. That's wrong speak. You are now a leftist. They're going to come after you now. Yep. Wrong speak. Late Friday night, referring to a report that the military did, in fact, plan to fire live artillery over the interstate after all, Newsom on X called the plans profoundly absurd show of force that could put Californians directly in harm's way. Why don't you just say what it is, that he's attacking your state? California is at war with the federal government. Why don't you just say that now? That's what it is. Ridiculous. So, Rapid Response 47, who is like the White House Rapid Response account, QRF for propaganda. Newscom is lying. He closed the highway. Not only did nobody at the White House or the Marines ask him to do so, the Marines repeatedly said there are no public safety concerns with today's exercises. Newscom lies and tries to make it all about himself. Governor Newsom press office responded, "First, you misled Californians about the live munitions being shot over I-5. Then you accused the governor of overreacting when he closed a portion of the freeway to protect the public. And now we learn live ordnance being detonated early, striking a vehicle on a closed portion of the highway during the event. Without a doubt, an apology is owed not just to Californians, but all Americans." Striking a vehicle is sensationalizing a bit, right? No. That shrapnel could kill you. What are they talking about, brother? That shrapnel, or those 2 pieces of shrapnel, it like could kill you. One of those, half the size of that. What are we talking about? Wow. MAGA has this like grandiose, they're reactionary, but they like in order for a Democratic talking point or a Democratic reaction to something, it has to be the most insane thing possible. They're like, for example, January 6th. It wasn't a real insurrection. There weren't guns and like nobody was like blowing up the White House. Or it's so many reactions like this that I continue to see from the right, like where, oh, the No Kings protest. We don't have a king. Trump wasn't out there jailing everybody. They weren't firing the police wasn't out there killing everyone, and there wasn't a gulag. We don't have a king. That should tell you what it would take for, and even then it wouldn't, because if all of that was happening, they'd go, oh, well, what do you, Trump isn't, he didn't like send the active duty military out to kill you. It was just the National Guard. Or the goalpost would change into something even more extreme, because living in that reality, they don't live in that reality. They live in their own reality. They live in a simulacrum, or whatever, though, however the fuck you say that. I was doing some research on that over the past couple days, and they live in a simulated reality, and there's an actual like term for it. It's like simulacrum or whatever, simulacrum of like a false reality that they have given themselves. So, while in general, yeah, it wasn't raining fucking artillery on the highway, like 777s weren't like directly impacting the fucking highway and killing people. However, the shrapnel that it was providing, the pieces of shrapnel could kill someone. And even just one person would be wrong. But in MAGA world, you'd have to have a massacre of Californians for them to be like, oh yeah, that was pretty bad. But it could have been worse. So they'll say, no kings, we don't have a king. Donald Trump isn't jailing people. So that it would take them to see Donald Trump putting us in gulags for them to go, oh yeah, I guess the libs were right. Oh shit, I guess shit. Whoops. Hey, can I sleep on the top bunk or the bottom bunk? Well, there won't be bunks. We'll be on the fucking floor. And we all had to share a drain hole to piss into. That'll be so fun. Damn, I really wish there were people that were standing against Trump before all this happened. So that was the point of the No Kings protest, is because Donald Trump is acting like a king. He's acting like he wants to be one. And then the protests were only validated all day, apparently. They were going. You had Donald Trump and right-wing media posting him in crowns. And then he had the AI video of him shitting on cities and Harry Sisson. Is this the video? I think that was the video. Oh, here it is. Protesters. Dang, Donald Trump is acting like a king. We don't have no kings in America. Yeah, hey, Donald Trump sure is acting like a dictator. In America, we don't have kings. Donald Trump, hours later. Donald Trump himself, hours later. Literally shitting on cities and shit. So only validating the concern, but MAGA they live in a simulacrum. They live in their own little false reality that they've created for themselves, because it's a cult. It is a cult. Do you know what? You know what I've also noticed too? Another thing that's holding up their false reality is like Joe Rogan and the Rogan sphere of like all those podcast comedians, and all of that is crashing down right now. Like in the background, their culture that they have of bullshit is like crumbling. Not the politics yet. The politics are crumbling to people that are obviously opposed to it. We can see it, but their culture of like MAGA that they've had for the last 10 years ish or more is all crumbling, because you got to like be a cult within a cult within a cult, and it's all MAGA, and it all upholds itself. Oh, Hour of Power is concluded. GG's, members. Now you got to be a subscriber of the channel. They got to have that on. Got to have that on, or we're going to have bot trolls. How is the culture? The culture is crumbling in the background because they have complete power. MAGA has complete power. They can't be victims to the culture of it. There's nothing to fight. And so they look like the people are naturally seeing how idiotic like the Joe Rogan sphere is. They helped elect Trump. Their whole comedy is just around right-wing talking points. It's all just upholding MAGA rhetoric the whole time, and eventually that gets tiring. Eventually that people want something new. Even MAGA itself is looking for something new. And when you can't provide something new, people will fall off. Some of the cultists will stay because they're in a cult and they've gotten community or money out of it. So they'll stay. But people that haven't gotten money or community out of MAGA, still, even to this day, they'll be like, this is boring. They'll be bored of the same talking points. And they'll find probably a new cult because they're cultists. They'll find a new cult to go to, but MAGA itself will fall off. It likely will fold into TPUSA. Turning Point will likely be the next MAGA. Just pay attention. It'll be a battle between TPUSA and Groypers. Groypers will probably lose. TPUSA has better funding. Here's what Chip Roy had to say about the protests against Trump. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals 2-1 just let Trump deploy the National Guard troops to Portland. It might go back. Portland is probably where we're going to have to go back to.
Political rallies. And the truth is, the Marxists, the radicals, and the Islamists, the Democratic Party promoted this weekend.
By the way, did anybody see anyone telling you to go to the Democratic Party this weekend? Like, I'm talking at the people that attended these. There were some Democratic Party politicians out there here and there. In Minnesota, we just had Keith Ellison. He's the Attorney General. He's the only one I saw. I think maybe there were a couple other speakers that were speaking that I might have missed. I could be wrong because I was in the crowd. Yeah, I didn't get close to who was speaking. The crowd was so fucking big, and I was just trying to find connections, so I didn't really get to see all of the speakers. But beyond that, there was nothing about like, hey, make sure you vote for the Democratic Party this midterm. Hey, don't forget the Democratic Party in 2028. No, not a single time. And then to say that they're advocating for Marx, there were a couple communist groups out there, which is fine. I don't give a fuck, to be honest. Like, the Communist Party has no power in the U.S. They're trying. I'll be against the ACP. The ACP is Jackson, Hinkle, and Haas, and those two are fucked. Never in my life. So this is like, pay attention to this one. This one. This one's the actual bad one. This one's the one that's Russia's funded this one and everything. So pay attention to this one and the growing bullshit of this bullshit. Okay. But in terms of the other communists ones, like, they have no traction. They have nothing. They have no funding. This is the one to pay attention to, though. Be mindful of this one because Russia funds that one. And they have their influencers are Russian influencers. So, but beyond that, they weren't out there. This thing was not out there, which is also interesting to me. So but there were, or at least in Minneapolis, but the other 2-3 communist groups that were out there, they had like their 10-15 people there. But I'm not worried about left-wing extremism. I'm not worried about that at all. We have a government that is controlled by right-wing extremists, and they have the full power of the government. Anybody that spends time really worrying about left-wing extremists is off base, I think. Anybody that's worried about left-wing, like, yeah, keep it in your brain, like, be aware of it. Like, this, like, I'm aware of this. They have no power, and it will take a long time for this to grow into anything. Still, and a lot of funding from Russia. Is it something I'm looking at? Yes. Is it something I'm scared of? No, not right now. But even beyond that, though, there's no left-wing extremism to fear from what I've seen. The right wing controls the government, and they're using their extremists to do so. They're leading. So I see other left-wing content creators, and they spend most of their time critiquing the left. And there are certainly left-wing things to critique, especially if you like engulf yourself in that reality, which I'm not going to ever. I'll let people that are leftist and people on the left follow me, but I'm never going to create an environment of like a left-wing echo chamber. Just not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be a streamer that like has to every single talking point of like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to become Hassan. So, but you, in general though, there's nothing to fear of like a left-wing extremism in the U.S. Like we have, it will lose by default because of capitalism. Okay, there's a point of like getting like social democrat, progressive, You know, but eventually it gets to a point because America is America, and we have a capitalist system to where they will like get cut off naturally. Like there's an end point. And they were like, it doesn't work because of the system of our economy. And the system that they're advocating for is literally like the opposite of what we'd have to have an entire economic revolution of America. And like our country is nowhere near ready for that. We can't even get free healthcare. We can't even get healthcare. We can't even get the billionaires taxed properly. You want to talk about completely fucking the whole system? It's not going to, in my view, it won't happen that way. That's why I'm more inclined to give more attention to like people that are going to at least try to slow. It's got to be a slow build. People that are progressive, people that are trying to advocate for these policies over time, because it's not going to just naturally overnight fucking flip into a worker first economy. Okay. It has to be slow, and you have to convince people over time because America is just not built that way. So anyways, all that to be said, the majority of the people out there were advocating for like the systems of America and the institutions of the country, whether good or bad. They see that the administration is acting in a fascist, extremist way already. And they're out there in a unified banner, which include communists, people that are out there with communist beliefs. But even then, like when you go and look at them, they're talking about policies. Like I went to their communist rally. I went to a communist rally, and it was cringe. And they had fucking goddamn, what's his name? Who's their old ass dude? They have like 2 people left. What's the one? He's so cooked. I can't think of his name. Old dude. We looked at him on the TV. They played like the acoustic guitar, but like even then, they were talking about like policies. Or the working class and taxes properly, or not even taxes. I don't even think they believe in. They don't even want taxes. Well, no, it wasn't Bernie. Bernie's. I don't have an issue with Bernie. Chomsky, that fucking loser. It was Chomsky. Bernie is not communist. Okay, no. Yeah, they had Chomsky on the screen. But even then, like it was cringe. But they were talking about. They weren't talking about making America into like a white Christian nationalist country. They weren't talking about let's give more money to billionaires. And if you are against that, then you are like the enemy. They were talking about I think they're cringe when it comes to geopolitics, because whenever there's a country that needs support, I think a lot of communists believe Russia is like a good country and they think China is. I think that's cringe. So, but there's some certain issues that I have with like communists and people that are super, super left. But beyond that, like that wasn't anywhere near the majority of the protest. Like the majority of the protest is just like centrists, people that are liberal, conservative, progressive for sure. The ones that are leading it are progressive because they're the ones that have the vision of like what they want. But like beyond that, nothing extreme. There were no extremists at these No Kings rallies. Okay, no black bloc. There were like a couple dressed in black bloc, but they weren't out there looking to go fight anyone or like do anything. Like there was nothing like that. There was the most peaceful people just marching, gathering, rallying. It was mostly like rally vibes, rally, march, picket signs, cool signs, good speeches, good energy, really good positive energy. I think that really is good to have right now at a time. And I think a lot of Americans got to see, oh God, we haven't lost everything completely. America hasn't like lost its mind completely. Like our government has, the president has, but look at all these Americans out here that, you know, are at least normal-ish, or at least, you know, can think and are like not cooked. Okay. You won't find that on the right wing. The right wing rallies are completely like indoctrination camps. Like Christian white nationalism, fascism, Nazism, actually. There's nothing there. There's no policies. There's nothing that helps the working class, which is what the right wing pretends to care about. They care about the working class, the 9 to 5, the working man and woman, but not the woman though, on the right wing, but the working individual, right? And none of that is the case in the right wing. It's give your money to billionaires, and that's it. What you have is now the billionaires thing. Tariffs are doing that to small businesses. And if you have a small business, you have imports coming in from countries, your shit's getting destroyed by these tariffs. You can't afford to pay them. Amazon can. Bezos can. Mark Zuckerberg can. Billionaires can. Elon can. Like, obviously, Elon's about to be our first trillionaire, you guys. Isn't that exciting? Wow. A trillionaire. Boy has more money. Yeah, he can buy a whole fucking planet, probably. Which he will. I bet you Elon will buy. I bet you before I die, I'm only 32. Elon Musk will buy a fucking planet. And these people will, that's where we're going. That's how much money these people fucking have, okay? And whatever. But I feel they just need to be taxed properly because we live in a system of taxes. And people that are working class that aren't trillion gazillionaires pay more in their ratio of money earned to what they're paying the government more than the billionaires do. That's just what it is. So it's harder for individuals in our country to have a future or like save up for retirement or have a lake home if they want, you know, like I don't know, they have all this shit. It's hard to afford all of that now. I'm envious of the older generations that have that because they were able to save money and live in before capitalism got to like what it is now and how much shit costs. And you got to have a nest egg back in like and I'm not saying you didn't struggle and the shit wasn't tough back then too, obviously, but I don't see a future in which I'm going to be able to have like 2 homes or 2 houses and have a lake home. Like a lot of the generation, like, hey, what up? We got In Time Independent News checked in. Like my parents just bought a brand new home, and it's a beautiful house. You know, I'm hoping I have 1 house. I'm hoping I get 1. You know, I let alone have 2 or multiple, or have 2 houses at the same time. What the fuck? I just wish that reality was easier to see right now. I don't know how that's possible as a 32-year-old. Most of my friends are working 5 jobs. At least, or they're working 2 main jobs and then have a bunch of hustles that they're doing just to like pay bills. So I don't know. I don't know what that's going to look like down the road. Anyways, all that to be said, I'm just ranting a little bit, but I'm ranting because of these Republicans are just liars and they're lying about the protest. They're lying about the scope of the protest. They're lying about who's at the protest. They're lying about everything. Okay. And then they validate what I say about white nationalism when they bring up the truth is there is a king and that king is Jesus. Okay, what about people that don't believe in Christianity? Do they have freedom? Do they have their freedom to believe in non-Christian beliefs? What if they're not, but Jesus is just a fictional character to them that the Christians believe in? Do they have freedom?
Political rallies. And the truth is, the Marxists, the radicals, and the Islamists, the Democratic Party promoted this weekend, they cannot handle the truth. The truth is that there is a king and that king is Jesus. And the president has been willing to say it. His administration has been willing to say it. And Charlie Kirk was willing to say it and he got killed for it.
You got killed for it. You got killed for saying Christ is king. That's what you're dealing with. So that's why on the left, I don't care about the extremist communists out there that are like extremely fighting for workers. And they have no power. Okay. And yes, I disagree with a lot of their, like I said, I disagree with all of them on Russia. They all think, well, not all of them, but a lot of them think Russia is like based as fuck. Obviously not. Okay. But like in general, I'm not worried about the communists. I'm not worried. They're extreme for sure, but like, I'm not worried. The extremists hold power in the right wing, and that needs to be the focus. That should be the focus, is the right wing and their extremism that they have that is in their whole shit. The president is a right wing extremist. Dropping fucking AI videos on fucking governing through AI videos. Because while he's using AI and that's how he's acting though, still. That's how Trump is acting to our cities. He's shitting on them. Sending the National Guard, discounting the governors that you've elected. Here was Johnson's response, I guess, to the AI video.
That the President of the United States over the weekend released a video of him pooping on the American people.
The president uses social media to make the point. You can argue he's probably the most effective person who's ever used social media for that. He is using satire to make a point.
Yeah, the point is he's shitting on our country. That's the point.
He is not calling for the murder of his political opponents. And that's what these people are
No, he only ran on Lock Her Up back in 2016.
doing. I mean, they're in one of these photos, I think there's a picture of the president hanging in effigy by a noose on one of these.
Oh, you mean the vice president back in 2020 or 2021 on January 6th?
The one on the far end. I mean, it's unconscionable. Look, America is built on the idea of free speech. You have the right to protest. Of course, we jealously guard that. I mean, Chip and I are attorneys. We've defended that right in the courts. But what they're doing right now is different.
That's a Republican thing 101 too. Of course we support this and this and this and this, but what they're doing is not this and this and this and this. That's Republicans. Of course we support your freedom. But, you know, speaking out against Donald Trump is hate speech. That's coming soon too. Or violent speech. Speaking out against Trump, oh no, speaking out against Trump will be hate speech, violent speech, and anti-American. And those will be punishable soon. That will happen. That will happen very soon.
Chip and I are attorneys. We've defended that right in the courts. But what they're doing.
No, Democrats do not do that. They don't govern that way. No, they don't. Social media platforms made that decision. Nope, I watched it. Nope, I was right wing during all that, and I thought the culture was the Democrats, and I was a fucking moron. Nope, you're wrong. Democratic politicians don't advocate for policies like this. They don't use this type of whataboutism rhetoric. Nope. When it comes to Israel, some of them do. Fetterman does. I don't like Fetterman though. Another one too. Chuck Schumer does sometimes. Don't like Chuck Schumer either. Criticize them all day long. But the Democratic Party as a whole though, and its policies need to be more progressive. But they don't lie like this. I'm not seeing them up there lying about shit. Israel though, when it comes to Israel, some of them do.
Right now is different. They are trying to incite violence. It's not funny. You don't mock a president who has already had 2 failed assassination attempts on his life. This is not a game. And the idea that communists would be supporting this is unconscionable to us.
Mike Johnson. So, wow, this is a really good look for Austin Police Chief Lisa Davis, who was out marching with the protesters against ICE. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? That is actually a good look. Is this a really good look? It would be a shame for something like this to go viral. For what? For being out there with the people that pay her?
You got the Austin Chief of Police out here walking with the protesters today.
Wow.
I tell you what, it sure is nice to see that.
I think so too.
We all know why it is the way it is in Austin. You got.
I think so too. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Proudly retweeted by Trump. That goes in a bio now. I was retweeted by Trump. I was chosen. He chose me. Can someone explain what the No Kings protests are protesting? I don't know anyone who wants a king. The protests are protesting Donald Trump's authoritarian actions that he is continuing to do. And if you support Trump right now in 2025, I don't expect you to see it. I don't expect you to see what Donald Trump's doing because you support it. You voted for it. There's no way you're going to see it as authoritarian. There's no way you're going to see the National Guard going into our cities as authoritarian because you want to fight crime and you think using the National Guard is valid to fight crime. So I don't expect you to be able to understand it, especially when it's written out so plain and clear. There are people on my Facebook page, and I made the post. I posted all the photos, by the way. Photos are up, all 50 some. I posted some on YouTube. I can't post that many. But all the pictures we got from Chris are up on the Facebook page. But I don't expect you to understand it. Even when it's all written out, I still had people in the comments that are like, what does the No King protest mean? What does no king mean? We don't have a king. No king. We got no king back in 1776 when we defeated the king. Yeah, that's American. American means no king. You're an idiot. You are telling me that you are a reactionary. You should just react to things, but do it quietly. Just fucking react, okay? So as I wrote it out, the No Kings protest on Saturday became one of the largest coordinated demonstrations in U.S. history, with over 7 million people marching in more than 2,700 locations across the country and around the world. In Minneapolis, an estimated 25,000 to 30,000. There were reports of up to 100,000. I think that one might be a bit of a stretch, but you know, there are a lot of people out there. I'm not going to argue it. Filled the streets around downtown in the Capitol. The message was clear, rejecting authoritarianism and the idea of a president acting like a king. MAGA, I don't get it. MAGA, I don't get it. What do you mean? What do you mean he's acting like a king? I voted for this. He's acting like a king because you lost the election? Oh, that's why he's a king. Because you lost. You're out there protesting because you lost. Okay, that's why. MAGA brain. I'll tap into it, guys, because actually I can still do that. I can still tap into how I used to think, but it's literally what they think. Okay. So rejecting the idea of a king, organizers called for unity across political and social lines, saying the protest was about protecting democracy and accountability before the next election, because there might not be one because of how Donald Trump is acting. When you have your press secretary answering questions like this, to real ass questions about, hey, hosting the peace talks between Ukraine and Russia in Budapest is probably a bad idea because of the precedent that Russia set by breaking the Budapest Memorandum. And then she responds around it, which I covered earlier. But it all just aligns right back to, if you stand against Donald Trump, you are fake news if you're a news site, or you're anti-American if you go against Trump in anything. And that is why people are protesting this. But also his actions. Tariffs, Gulf of fucking America, the threats against Canada, the threats on the annihilating those boats, which we have no idea if they actually have drugs on them. No, the American government does not have the ordained authority to just blow fucking boats out of the water because they say so. The Pentagon and the press corps of the Pentagon all turning in their badges because they're not going to sign on to Pete Hegseth's decree that they have to get their news approved. And that's right wing and left wing. The only one that assigned to that was fucking OAN and like some other bumfuck irrelevant like foreign Saudi Arabia journalists or something. That's who signed on to that. So when you have a bunch of that taking place, National Guard moving in, the increase of ICE, more funding to ICE, and ICE is just tackling people. It's going viral like every day now. And it's not just like protesters standing against ICE. It's like ICE in neighborhoods and like the neighborhood going out to see what the fuck's going on. And then they're getting tear gassed. Like, imagine your little neighborhood that you live in, and then you got Bearcats and up armored vehicles coming into your town. And then they just grab your neighbor without telling you anything. And they're like, what the fuck? Why are you grabbing them? And then to respond to your question of why are you grabbing my neighbor, you get tear gassed and flashbanged. And that's it. And that is how ICE is acting. And that is why people are protesting. That is why people are saying that Donald Trump is acting like he's a dictator. And he's ruling also, he's trying to rule through executive order, which you can't do that in the US. You can do executive orders, but they have to be passed into law. You got to get them passed into law. And so he's ruling by decree, or he's trying to rule by executive order. All of these actions lead it as to why Donald Trump is viewed as a dictator. At least he's trying to be one. Is he a king? No. Is Donald Trump a king? Is he a dictator? No. He wants to be. The Republican Party is giving him the platform to become one. The Republican Party is became a cult of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is not going to be around long, so they're going to have to find a new one soon. So that is why. You said that makes sense, protesting because you lost. I understand now. I know. I should have just said that because you're a fucking idiot. Because you're a fucking idiot. Your brain doesn't work properly, and you're gone. Okay? You listen to comedy channels on Twitch? Okay, we'll go find a different one. Goodbye. My bad. I knew it. I didn't even say it. They're going to say it's because that they think we lost, and that's why people are protesting. You're an idiot. You can't think. The movement has grown since the first No Kings Day earlier this year, transforming into a national call to defend American institutions and the rule of law. Protesters carried signs about constitutional limits, veterans' oaths, and the importance of citizen action. Many speakers compared the demonstrations to the Women's March of 2017 and the civil rights protest of the 60s, describing No Kings as a generational stand against unchecked power. President Trump and his supporters dismissed the protest, calling them a joke, or like Chatter on Twitch, who is now no longer a chatter here, thinks it's just because we lost. Don't forget, the biggest response to a loss can never be topped by like January 6th. That was, they raided the U.S. Capitol because they lost. MAGA Republicans are such pussy ass snowflakes. They raided the U.S. Capitol building because they lost the election. And then they still assert that they actually won. Okay, don't forget who the real snowflakes are out here. It's MAGA. President Trump dismissed him, called him a joke. He made an AI video. MAGA influencers posted memes and AI-edited images of Trump wearing a crown. Many of the protesters said only proved their point. Despite the mockery, the scale and energy of the movement sent a clear signal that millions of Americans are uniting to say that no one man stands above the rest of us. And then cool photos. You can go through some of them. Chris June, shout out to Chris June for the pics. He's our one of our photojournalists at Mercado Media, so he's the one that was up there taking them. Obviously, I can't be in two places at once, so when I'm streaming, I gotta have some support. Look at all the Ukrainian flags too. That was cool to see when we were marching through the city. Got the "We the People" sign. Handmaids of Minnesota. You're saying it actually created politically concerned people right now? Excuse me, where I live, people are starting to protest that have always been uninterested in politics. That's what these protests are for. I'm also seeing critiques from people from the far left that are like cooked, but they're mad because people are protesting. And they're like, this won't change anything. This will do nothing. It's a starting point. It's a starting point. People that want to hyper-focus issues will go from this and then start protesting what they want to. If they're empowered to do so, which you should be, if you're going to protest. Some of the inflatables that were out there. Again, this was in Minneapolis. Which I did. I am glad I stayed home. Protest was really big. By the end of the night, I was hoping I was going to get to Portland, but we had a massive protest in Minneapolis. Going through some of the pictures here. You can check these out and look at them on my Facebook page. He gets me, I've got him. Same shit, new hat. I'm gonna have I need to have a photojournalist that just focuses on signs. Chris is really good at the whole thing. That's why he's so good and goated. But I need a photojournalist as well that just focuses on people taking with their signs and their memes. And I think we could do like a photo series of just like the protest signs. Donald Trump, you suck. A lot of T-Rex inflatables out there. They're just massive. Massive amounts of people. Again, this is Minneapolis. Smells like fascism. The emperor has no clue. Okay, so Keith Ellison did speak then. I missed all the speeches. If I were to go anywhere near those speeches, you wouldn't have been able to watch any stream. The banana protesters. There you go, Kylie. Two times around. The protest was so big, we had to go around twice with two different marches of this many people. One march finished, and then the next march started when the march finished, the first one. When the beginning of the first march got to the crowd again, another march had just started. It was wild. I haven't seen that one. I think I might have saw it a couple times in 2020 because the protests were so big, but I just might have memory hold it. But that was just cool to see. A pup pouch. Like that. All the signs. Chris gets into the best spots. He's really good at getting crowd shots. He got up into the buildings. There was enough time to do so. There were so many people. Can someone explain which crimes get you elected president and which ones get you deported? Oof. Congress, step up or step down. There's Keith Ellison. I got him on the stream and some of my own pictures. Even people in their car park in the apartment buildings too. Get the fuck away from Elmo. Make America gay again. Powered by the people, no kings. Are the signs. Anti-fascist unicorn action. As Keith Ellison speaking out there. I did get these two on the stream. About face, Veterans Against War. Girls just want to have fundamental rights. Trump and Putin. Well, Dr. Franklin, have we got a republic or a monarchy? A republic if you can keep it. Save Medicaid. Should, since we all pay into it. This is the only orange monarch we want. Only you can prevent fascist liars. That's a good one. That sign took a long time to color. Colorful sign. No kings. Fig jam. Fuck, I'm good. Just ask me. I haven't seen that one. Dictator. Yeah, good turnout, Minneapolis. It really was. It was cool to see all the people, all of the photos from the event. It was really cool to see. You guys can see the response. Benny Johnson. These so-called No Kings protest wasn't a protest. It was a coordinated and corruptly funded mass call for political murder. You guys, and that's why I want you to understand. This is what the right-wing influencers are saying, and why people that are right-wing are indoctrinated, because something like that can happen even with right-wingers involved, because there were for sure conservatives out there, and they just completely lie about the scale and scope and the context of the event. The crowd was filled with left-wing extremists openly calling for murder of President Trump and celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. When people show you who they really are, believe them. Which one heals faster, Trump's ear or Erica's heart? Where's the threat? That's a crazy sign. The old guy? Wow. This wasn't free speech. This was a display of pure hatred and a call to murder. I thought these were like white, old geriatric protests. Now they're murder protests.
Hey! You ever heard of Ozempic, you fat ass? Hey! You ever heard of Ozempic, you fat ass?
They're trolling the MAGA that are out there. Here's a protester saying, "I'm glad Hitler is dead."
We need to get ourselves together, and we might even need to be a little bit meaner, because the Republicans don't mind being mean.
I agree.
What do you mean? Do you mean protesting? Do you mean...
Maybe we have to, I don't know, stop being so nice.
Because you seem like a pretty nice lady.
I'm a pretty nice lady, but I can be pretty mean, too.
Okay, and I have to ask this because people on the other side are going to say that they feel like the Democrat Party has been mean recently with Charlie Kirk
What's the Democrat Party?
being assassinated.
Immediately when you hear that, they're a conservative because they have memory hold Democratic Party and it's now Democrat Party. So that's when you know that's like a tell when they're MAGA.
It's a piece of garbage. Of course we were mean. I am so tired of people saying, oh, but, you know, it's a terrible thing. No, Hitler is dead. I'm glad Hitler's dead. Evil people have no place in my world. He was a hateful human being. It was disgusting, the things that he said and did.
But no, you're the hateful person for saying that. In MAGA brand, you are the true hateful person for saying that. How could you hate our Charlie, my parasocial relationship that I developed with Charlie, even though he doesn't even know who the fuck I am. I love him. He's my Charlie. So you are the true hateful person, not the things Charlie Kirk told this person every single day. That, like, the Civil Rights Act was wrong and a mistake. That women are should be servants to men. That after 30 you're basically nothing. Like, if you're a woman, you have like nothing to give to society. They're way worse than that too. That's just what I can remember off the top of my brain. And he would say this shit every day as a influencer person. But then you got the right that goes, well, no, he believed in Jesus. He believed in God. So that's my Charlie. My Charlie, it's like the Talladega Nights. My Charlie Kirk was a God-loving, traditional man, family man. 6'7". He was tall though. Charlie Kirk was like 6'4". He was tall. He was taller than me. But my Charlie Kirk was a fascist who wanted to go out and tear families apart. Yeah, well, my Charlie Kirk was a Green New Deal Charlie. Everybody's got their own Charlie Kirk. My Charlie Kirk is a Timu Charlie Kirk. He goes out and makes himself a victim at protests. He's a member of a band. Wears an America hat. And he has a kink for humiliation. The comments are not happy. They're very upset that we destroyed him. I folded. I'm a joke. Hey, loser. I don't know who you were until I saw this video with you and Cam. You're so full of it. It's fun how Cam called you out. Propaganda, liberal media ignorancy is the best way to show people. Sound a little jealous you were invited to the round table. Bro, you're a clown for not having facts down. Cam's a cool guy. You actually got owned. You contradicted yourself so many times. I contradicted myself. Wow, Mercado, what a creep. Mercado is jealous. LOL, you are a dim-witted loser. You pay... Just laugh, I don't know. Yep. All that for Cam. Cam Higbee. Just the most uninteresting, unseasoned white dude. No culture. No, nothing. Just a shell of just a husk of a person. And they all want to blow him. And you're not going to be able to. Okay, you're not going to be able to blow him. Cam will probably select some people to blow him, but it won't be you. Okay. Just know that. A massive group of protesters singing Bella Ciao, which was engraved on the bullets, which we still have no evidence of, actually, by the way. We still have no evidence of those bullets or any engravings on them. A massive group of protesters, and that's why there's layers to it. One, I don't give a fuck about the song. Two, a massive group of protesters, and it's like a group of people standing and like some hanging on the fucking jungle gym. And three, it's one person. Yeah, like one person there singing the Bella Ciao song. I hope more protests start singing that just to trigger them. That's what you got to do to be mean. So anything they don't like, do it. Anything that they get upset about, do it. Fuck, there's no unity. There's no bipartisanship. There's nothing, like, I'm not with that at all. I don't give a fuck. I'll be fair, and I'll be fair and balanced. If you're a MAGA or a conservative and you have feelings, I won't impede your feelings. Okay, you can share your feelings. I'm not going to tell you not to. However, like, in terms of trying to find a unity with this thing, there is no unity. There's no unity with MAGA or right-wing anything, other than right-wingers that can come to the table and be a part of it. We don't meet them. They have to come to us. Hassan crashed out over everything. As he went to the protest, he went to the No Kings protest. And he had his stupid vest on, which is so stupid. Well, I tried to watch some of Hassan and his actual, like, going out beyond his computer. And he's like a dork every time. He's wearing a plate carrier at a fucking No Kings protest. Okay. It's like wearing plates in Kyiv or something. But even then, like, in Kyiv, like, at least they're getting hit with rockets every now and then and missiles. But even then, you wouldn't wear that. Like, when I went to Kyiv in Ukraine, I would never wear my shit. Even in a country that's at war and getting attacked, I would never wear my press vest walking around. You look like an idiot. You're a moron. You wear that shit when you're in the East. But even then, like, you don't have to. Like, when you're going to the positions where the military is, you should. But if you're, like, just walking around, probably not. So he went out there. I didn't know what his stream was like. I didn't watch it. He's got his dog out there with him, who's the subject of such a controversy. He, like, zapped his dog with a shock collar, and you got people that are like, no, it wasn't. It was a vibration collar. So, like, there's collar gate going on with his fucking dog that people on the left are paying attention to and are completely distracted from fucking Trump. Whatever. I don't care. But I care about his influence and how he's using it. So goes out and does that, but it also seems he's crashed out over his base of viewers, which I probably share too, but I don't influence and talk about what my viewers want, which I kind of referenced earlier. But just listen to Hassan crashing out over the left.
I can't stand any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my fucking God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate fucking streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single fucking person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately woke leftist. You did it. You did it.
You cultivated this. This is your fault. You did it. You cultivated a base like that. For making it like you have to have a checklist of leftist issues and you have to hit all of them every single stream. That's your fault. Okay, you should have been yourself, Hassan. You created the demon of your own chat in your own community.
You have unlocked the fucking nihilism within me. Okay, I am black pilled. Nothing will ever get better. We are never gonna make it out. We can't even have a normal fucking non-hostile goddamn conversation on any of these issues. Everybody just simply wants to fucking chirp into the wind because they have no power and they recognize their utter powerlessness in the face of unjustifiable constructs that we fucking exist under. And
so, like, when you talk like that, you're not gonna have normal people. Like, who talks like this? What did he say?
Utter powerlessness in the face of unjustifiable constructs that we fucking exist under.
Like, what kind of? You sound like a dork. You sound like a dork. The utter powerlessness and the confines of the power structure. Like, who the fuck talks like that? Okay, no one talks like that unless you're a hyper dork. So don't do that. Okay, if you hear someone talking like that, super dork. Hassan is probably right though about what he's talking about, but the way he does it is not right. Okay, at the end of like what he's advocating for is probably correct, but his manner of doing so is not it. And then when he goes out into public dressed like this, you look like a fucking moron. And I saw his coverage of the LA protest. That sucked. Like, he's just bad at this. But he's very influential. I'm not saying he's bad at streaming, obviously, or he's bad at like cultivating a community, but he's bad at being normal and like getting normal people to follow him and what he's doing, which is why he's crashing out, because his following is just like its own little cult. Its own little cult of like check block checkbox leftist issues, which is a problem too. It's not a problem for what he advocates for or what he's obviously putting his energy into, but the manner in which he does it is all he does for 10 hours a day is talk about left-wing politics all day fucking long. And yes, when you are going against the right-wing government that we have and Donald Trump, and the chips are stacked against the communism of like whatever, then like the far left is just not going to make it. Like, yes, you're going to feel in a position of like a defeatism all the fucking time. But when you try to come to the center a little bit, you realize there's a lot of people that are there too. And like you won't feel so bad. When you won't feel so like black-pilled about it. And you can still feel like, yeah, I don't have an optimistic view of the future. I don't have an optimistic view, but like there's a lot of people in my situation too. And I can be okay with that then. Okay. It's like in the military, when you serve in the military, that can suck for like a lot of people right away. And they like are going to crash out. But then you're like, oh, there's a lot of other people that are also in this dog shit situation that I'm into. Okay, let's do this. And like, if you don't have a brain like that, you're going to struggle so hard and life is going to suck. But if you can have a brain where you're like, oh, well, I'm not in this alone. We're all in this shit show together, I guess. And then things can get better, at least in your own little brain. But like overall though, yeah, it's probably things are not going well. Like overall things aren't going, but you got to protect your own mental health and you got to look after yourself too. And like, if you're not good, then the things that you're influencing are not going to be good too. And people are going to come out like in a dark view of life, of like the situation.
And the best possible fucking thing you can do is just be goddamn annoying. Okay. Oh,
the best thing you can do is be annoying. Is he gaslighting himself as to why his chat's like that? Oh man, you know what Hassan should do is go to more of this. Do more IRL streams, Hassan. Go to protests, talk to protesters, and not your fucking chat. W chat though, love the chat, but a lot of my chat I've met in real life, which is a lot, which is cool. A lot of my chat, people come up to me and be like, hey, I saw you, or you thank you for covering that thing. And it's like, I meet them. Okay. Like Hassan is like got a cult, I think. He's got a cult on his hands.
Oh God.
He's crashing out. Bites his nails. Ew. Ew. Does he do that for real?
Right when the reporter is asking you about optimism.
Poor Hassan.
I want to fucking, I want to just shut it off, dude. I want to shut everything off.
Just shut it down. After you've built the biggest left-wing thing ever, and shut it down. Because he is. He's the biggest influencer for left-wing politics. It just is what it is. He just is. So that's facts. And you want to quit now when things are getting tough? You want to quit now? That sucks.
I just want,
damn it.
I want to go away.
Yeah.
I wasn't so goddamn
just go away.
I would have
just run.
Oh my Lord, dude. I 100% think you should someday go on sub-only mode. What do you mean? The most annoying people are literally like the 40-month subscribers.
Not his 40-month subscribers. Dang. Oh no. It's his own base. It's his own community. Damn, dude. Oh boy. I got mad at my community like this at one point though. Or my chat back in 2022-ish. No, I mean it was like over time. I've done it. I've like made sure that if you're MAGA, you're not gonna follow me for long. But that was like I wasn't attacking my whole base though, because the majority of my base are not MAGA. But like through the last, I've made it a point to where I'm not gonna be a platform if you support MAGA. Like you're gonna have to just deal with it if you do. But I'm not gonna like cater to you, which is what I think Hassan does to his audience. Is he caters to them, and like. And it's made him into like hate his own audience, which is weird. He should never do that.
The person that caused me to fucking spiral just now is Hidejo Offliner or whatever. And that is like a routine nuisance and an offliner in this community. Okay. He is a consistent voice of nuisance. Okay.
Oh man.
What are you talking about? The people that actually brick me, the people that actually cause me to fucking spiral out of control are always the people that have been in this fucking community for years.
Oh, no. Wow. So your longtime community members cause you to spiral. Oh, boy. Jesus.
Who never shut the fuck up. I have banned him before. It's literally just Like, I'm not even singling him out. He's just one example. But this happens all the fucking time, bro. Anyway.
Oh, man. Poor Hassan.
One of the...
He's a millionaire. Why don't you go on a vacation? Or go... You're a millionaire streamer. Go somewhere. And go on vacation and figure it out and come back.
Worst aspects.
Like, literally go fly to Maldives or something. Like, right now. Go there for a weekend and then come back. You can afford it.
Of like, this kind of gathering.
Like, get the fuck out of here. And a lot of so many left-wing creators are like this, where they're like, are online terminally. They don't go out here in public. That's why a lot of the protests, the streamers are fucking right-wing, you guys. Because the ones that are doing the most advocacy for left-wing politics don't leave their fucking house. And they're online all day long. And they're doing online activism only. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. You have to meet real people and go outside.
Online is that I think people don't behave like this in the real world. That's
no, they don't. This could be good for Hassan, though. This could be good.
Unironically, what I was talking about. That's why I have so much hope for the future of America when I'm out in the fucking streets.
Uh-oh, Hassan's becoming libbed. Uh-oh, he's getting libbed up. He's not. I'm joking. He's not. But like, yeah, you should go out and talk to real people more, Hassan.
People don't behave like this in the real world. That's unironically what I was talking about. That's why I have so much hope for the future of America when I'm out in the fucking streets. Right? Because I see grandparents and I see kids.
Yeah, but then your extremists are going to be like, yeah, but those are NATO funded lib protests. Yeah, like this guy. That's why Hassan's niche sucks, and it does, because Hassan will have like a bunch of influencers that are even further left than him, which is wild, but like, yes. And they will say, yeah, oh, Hassan, you like those NATO protests? Oh, yeah, you like those Western funded... Where's this loser? You like those Western protests that are funded by the capitalist system, Hassan? No Kings rally. Way more cringe than we could have... So you got the far left and MAGA, like love each other as usual. MAGA and the far left never been a... Like, I'm talking like not Hassan. I'm talking people that are like this. Like the cooked left. I don't even know. Like I'm just gonna call them cooked. I don't even know if they're left. I don't know where they're at. But you got MAGA and people like this that agree with each other on a daily basis on most things, and that's why Hassan is crashing out, because I understand these people are fucking out of their mind. And you cultivate a community like this, you're gonna have, it's like they don't want to ever hold power. They just want to like be mad at it the whole time, right? They never want to have power, because if they had power, they'd realize they're a bunch of like internet incels. Actually, like they're just as incels. They're just as big of incels as MAGA. That's why they can get along so long, because they don't know how to interact with regular people. They don't know how to work in real life out here. All of their ideas are on the internet, and when they're challenged, they fucking fold. And they're no different than MAGA on that note. So I think Hassan is realizing, oh shit, I need to be around normal people again. And I can't be around these hyper online, super ultra giga leftists. Like retweeting George Galloway. Nice. Muslims have more rights and dignity in China. When there's like 5 Muslims in China, that's probably why. And you got a ethnic cleansing of that taking place in China too, by the way. For sure, though. Definitely. You're so based, dude. This is even more traitorous than accepting their blood money. This is why I didn't celebrate this freak refusing the money. Democrat Seth Moulton admits that even though he now rejects AIPAC money, he still supports arming Israel. Glenn Greenwald. I can't trust Glenn Greenwald because he takes money from Russia. And anyone that lied about Ukraine just because like the West supported Ukraine and America supported Ukraine in their fight, not really though. Not really. Like just kind of gave them enough weapons to stay in the fight, but Ukraine did most of the work themselves. That's why this sucks. That's why this sucks, because it's like you can only agree with people that are this fucking cooked when it comes to like Israel and then like workers' rights, because that's it, and then everything else is fucked. So you got here, Cole Sandick handed out over 100 DSA flyers to libs at No Kings, New York City, and I cannot put into words how eminently winnable these people are for the left. I expected a mostly positive reception, got a universally positive reception. Anyone saying this is an anti-left thing is way out of touch. So you have a whole battle there taking place of like leftist politics and like liberals versus communists, basically, or like Marxists or whatever. We've been saying this since like 2015. When you don't want power, if you're like a far left, on the far left, or if you're communist and you're consistently just counterculture to the left, which is like its own little counterculture. You have MAGA and the right wing being counterculture, but then you have like this subset of counterculture within the left too, and you have no interest in actually taking power or being a part of it to like be out there. That's why you're viewed as like an outlier, and why no one wants these types of leftists around, because they're just a fucking energy suck. They suck out all the energy and treat your protest or whatever you have going on as if it's not good enough. And like, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you protest, no matter how many things you do that support humanity or marginalized groups, it's never enough. And that's a niche. Okay. You can cook there. There's a grift there. I think it's a grift. It's because, and that grift can work because it's true. Like when you're advocating for marginalized groups or people that are workers, that fight is never over. The fight never ends there, because you have billionaires and people that want to invoke their own bullshit. Okay. So that fight never ends, which is why this type of niche exists, of like consistently criticizing power, but never taking it, or never like, hey, let's put up our politician and see how they do. Or let's just criticize the Democratic Party forever and ever. And there are definitely good, and that's why it works, because there's valid criticisms of the Democratic Party always. Because those politicians are in a position where they're trying to advocate for marginalized groups and the working class. And then you got just the right wing, which is advocating for billionaires. And that's it. And Israel. But then it sucks when you got Democrats advocating for Israel too, like Fetterman. But yeah, I mean, that's a whole fight there. And I think as to why Hassan is like crashing out over his chat, because of how cooked the left can be. Because everyone disagrees on shit, which is natural, because so many different issues of marginalized groups and people just trying to fight power and all this. Like, it's just a soup of chaos of people that just have different ideas and want the best for everything, versus fascism. And so that's why I think Hassan is losing it a little bit, because he hasn't been himself. Like, if Hassan starts going out to these protests and starts being himself, and like, I don't know, not trying to cater to his base, then maybe he can be like not crash out over this, or take breaks, or do something else, or play video games. Like, you're a massive streamer, like play video games on your stream. Do something else. That's why I have a gaming platform, chat. That's why like some days I just don't stream on this channel, because yeah, it is a lot to deal with. It's a lot to read all of this and go through it all and realize, Jesus Christ, bro, like it's going to be a long ride. But you have to practice resiliency. You have to remain resilient in times like this. You can't like give up or doom out, because that's what Trump wants you to do. They're trying. It's like the strategy of Russia and Ukraine. You said Hassan does gaming? Barely. The last gaming he did was Shadow Assassin's Creed, and he was paid for it. It was a paid thing. I watched it. I saw some of it. Or maybe he did stream after that. But the last gaming thing I saw him do was Assassin's Creed, and that game is so dog shit. The game is so bad. I'm talking like consistent gaming. Like, you do consistent gaming, or just something else. Like, I do softball. I play softball streams. I stream my softball games. Just something. You have to. If you just hyper focus this politics shit, you're gonna lose your mind. I've been saying that for the longest now. So I think Hassan will be fine no matter what. Like, he's a millionaire. He's got enough followers. He's got enough people supporting him. I'm not worried about Hassan like that. I'm just saying, if he wants to not crash out like this and hate his fucking chat and I have people that have subbed for 40 months. I love my 40-month subs, People that have been subscribers for that long, that's incredible. That's a long time to support me. I appreciate that. I have never crashed out at like a long time member or a fucking somebody that's been a part of the Renegades or been following me. That's ridiculous. That's insane. I could never. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. Unless they become MAGA, I guess. So like they're like, oh wow, I'm MAGA now, and now I hate you or something, and like whatever. That's different though. I don't like that. I don't think I could hate someone that's consistently just supported me that long and be mad at my own community. Like that's bad.
The ring online is that I think people don't behave like this in the real world. That's unironically what I was talking about. That's why I have so much hope for the future of America when I'm out in the fucking streets, right? Because I see grandparents and I see kids and I see regular ass folk that see right from wrong and they say, fuck this. What do you mean? You're just like kidnapping my neighbors. Get the fuck out of here. And they protest. And that gives me confidence. And then when I go back to the internet and I get fucking yelled at by a bunch of screenager iPad babies who are 38 years old, who think that the most like radical socialist position is to constantly chirp in a fucking Twitch streamer's chat and hyper scrutinize everything and then like refuse to understand like broader points. Okay. Refuse to be,
which is what a lot of left-wing politics have become. Screaming at streamers and doing online shit only. And Hassan has cultivated that, which he's realizing. He's seeing it. He goes out into the real world, engages in with the protesters and people that are out there. And I'm not shitting on people that can't go out to these protests. Like some people can't because they're disabled or, you know, they're sick or they're busy that day or whatever. So I'm not saying you have to physically go out there for your voice to matter. I'm saying a lot of like echo chambered left-wing politics are become online fucking cults. Discord shit, fucking Reddit shit. Like, and it's like not good. And it's not good at all. So that's why I've liked these protests, because they do encompass a lot of different viewpoints, and why I continue to go to them, and why my politics are centered around these protests and not fucking online ass shit, because it's stupid. Like, yes, these online communities are fine. Mine's good. We have a great community here. Great community at the Renegades. We don't have any of this culty shit going on. And if it does happen, I destroy it. If I do see a little cult forming in my community, I personally destroy it. I don't have time for that. I've been around social circles enough. I study social circles. I'm weird. I can be in them, but I also study how they work too. And if I see like if I see like even moderate, I've terminated moderators that do that act like they're me. You know, like they're me basically. My moderators are an extension of me, but no one moderator is me and like gets to act like me to my community. Or whatever, which I don't even act like a fucking dictator to my own shit. I don't have time for MAGA slop, which is a whole thing. You guys know MAGA trolls come in and just put slop ass shit in communities, and I go do that somewhere else. But in terms of like making sure I'm tone policing, or you can't say that, or oh this isn't the correct position on this issue or whatever. We don't do that. We don't do that at all. I just make sure you guys are posting in the right sections. That's all I really care about. Like on my Discord server, if I see like Ukraine postings in the US protest section, I'm going to be like, yeah, it doesn't go here. Post that in my Ukraine section, because I built that for a Ukraine section. So post that there. Like that's what I care about in my community. And people do that sometimes. They'll be like, damn it, like I post it in the right one. But in general though, tone policing though, and like making sure that you are 100% on every single check the block talking point of this issue, that's stupid. That's so dumb. People will care about their issue in their own way. So maybe a light's going off in Hassan. Yeah, because you come back to X, you come back to the internet, and you're like, oh. But also, don't go out there wearing fucking a plate carrier. Don't go to the No Kings protest looking like that again. Don't do that. I don't even know where that tweet went. Yeah, don't do that. You look like a clown. Zoran won the Democratic primary in the New York City mayor race. Since then, he spent very little time doing vote blue no matter who harm reduction narratives, and instead is an issue focused on seeking to win as many voters as possible. There you go. This is the left. This is why it's tough, man. You got Hassan, and then you got someone further left that's like We don't want liberals. Like, bro, who else are you gonna get? Who else are you gonna draw from? What other resource of people are you tapping from? If you're further left than liberals, the Republicans, the conservatives, because they're drones and you can get them to just like do marching orders for you, or is that really what it is? Who else are you drawing from? It's so fucked. That's why I don't do it. I have so many people that comment in the chat like, Merc, that's on this list and you have to boycott that, and you have to, I don't fucking, I'll tell you if I do it. All right, this is the Mercado media and the Renegades community. I will tell you if I'm interested in that or not. I don't need a political movement to tell me. I don't need shit fuck else to tell me what I need to care about. And I've learned that firsthand. Because also, if you make yourself a slave to the thing that you're a part of, which is a thing, and it can be good too, like the thing could be a morally good thing that you're a part of. But if you become a slave to it, then you are a slave to it. And like you can't have any autonomy. If you have a personal problem within it, then you are fucking, if the leaders of that thing deem your problem an important problem, good luck. But never, don't be a follower. Okay? That's my rule. Don't be a fucking follower. Or like if you are going to be one, make sure you have enough autonomy and control over your own thoughts, and don't let other people tell you what to think. That's why my streams are so long when I go out there in person and cover things, because even though I have my opinion on things, you can watch it. Catacly Humble, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, purity testing too. Purity testing and tone policing. Those are the two things you need to look out for. What else I got? Okay, ICE protest. Oh, Robbie Road streamer was freed. And he's got a recent video. Let me see here. He was out there, yeah, at the No Kings rally. I don't know where he went. Oh, he went to Boston. He was at the Boston No Kings. Did anybody see him out there?
New England, you guys are beautiful. No radical left, just the new Grateful Dead parking lot. We're just having fun here. This is what we used to do up in New England. And then we got obsessed with sports. Sports. We hate our musicians up here and our artists, but we love our sports. But let's go to local shows. Let's support local art. And let's have a good time. Oh my God, look at us. We look like we're back in Portland. Hell yeah, where's the frog? I am not the frog. Do not call it. I'm Gary the Guantanamo Gator. Oh, hell yeah, you're jacked. Jesus, is somebody changing your tires? Because you're jacked. Hell yeah. Anybody else, you know, I'm not a monster. The alligator outfit might smell a little bit funky, but besides that, hell yeah, Storm Applebee's. Oh, hell yeah, anytime, anywhere, anyhow. I'm here for you people. I love you people.
I love you too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a video. I should say something like, fuck guys, we don't need them around. I say, fuck guys, get the fuck away from the ground. Oh my God, best friends to the end. I gotta get the maxi pad out. I wear the ear bandage, the maxi pad, to honor Pumpkin Spice Satan. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm glad to see them out. They were giving me the hose.
They're giving me the hose.
Second knuckle on me, but I'm free.
They're going second knuckle.
Oh, any of them. Let's do a whole swimsuit issue. I feel like Kathy Ireland over here. Hey, beautiful day in the park, supporting freedom. Oh, hell yeah. Take your time. Oh, you look great. You smell great, too. You got that Jakar on. You know what the score is. You know, putting on these weird outfits that you can, too. I want to see you next year in a unicorn onesie. Hell yeah, you're a warrior.
That's patriotism.
Yeah. We need to just have the new Seattle Haight-Ashbury here, make love, wear outstanding outfits, do a little bit of marijuana, and have a great time.
Good. My goal is to have a safety meeting with Robbie Roadstreamer then.
Blow up Teslas. They think that we're going to blow up and block highways. We just want to come together with the working class and have a party. That's all this is. We win by uniting both sides with a good time, not letting everybody scream at each other about two topics, trans and immigrants. But we come together with a better minimum wage by taxing the living shit out of the corporations, and making sure that the trains run all night in Boston.
Which, by the way, I mean, the right-wing focuses on culture war issues because the actual policy issues they lose on, because their policies are to give more money to billionaires. That's why Robbie Roadstreamer, I love that. It doesn't mean that like trans people aren't important. It doesn't mean that it's the politics should not be that. Okay, trans people exist. Republicans lost. They lost. They failed to stop the existence of trans people. Okay, that's not a political position. Being anti-trans is not a political position at all. Zero. No politics there. Doesn't exist. And if you are in a political debate and a right-winger brings up culture war talking points like trans people or immigrants, that you reject it. Like, nope, let's talk about something real. No, let's talk about a real issue. Not your culture war bullshit, which is like the working class, making sure you're getting your money, you're making sure your fucking payments, your Medicare, all the shit you have to pay into are not being taken by the ultra rich.
And we're gonna bring back the rat. Woo! Hell yeah, 5 dudes were excited. Hell yeah. Oh hell yeah, you look great. Beautiful sign.
You said X23 says make economics the bread and butter because it's the most people's bread and butter. Yeah, literally.
God, thank you.
Were you talking about the rat?
Yes.
I meant my wife was rat.
Wait a minute, this guy met his wife at the rat. Woo! It's all about having a good time. That's why Fox and Trump stereotype it as riots, quote unquote. That's why Fox and Trump stereotype it as it's going to be the radical left blowing everything up. We're not blowing anything up. We're blowing up the numbers on hanging out at this park today. It's up to you guys. I'm sorry, every time I put on the mic, people can't take selfies. I'm going to shut it off. Anybody that wants to hang out with me, I'm here. What did ICE do to you behind the doors? And, you know, it was ugly. But I am back in Boston. They hit me with the hoses. They hit me with the lime. One of the ICE agents got a second knuckle deep. But I am back because I love New England. We don't have to blow up cars.
So when he says they hit me with the hoses, they probably like, and I'm not bullshitting you. Like when you go into that shit, they strip you naked and then they hit you with the water hose. And then like water you down. So fucked. It's so fucked.
We don't have to be the radical left. We just have to make love, cause a new rave, and a new Grateful Dead parking lot for the New Englanders. And that's what we're doing. We can do this every weekend. God bless. And if anybody wants a photo, that's why I'm here, because you guys put the work in to come in here today. And thank you. Oh my. Get in there, Danielle. Danielle, don't be shy. You're going to miss this. They're going to show this photo on the Roadshow. Yeah. Watch out.
No, it's good to see Robbie back. I like when he's out there directly trolling ICE, which is why they grabbed him. So if you didn't know, ICE grabbed Robbie Roadstreamer outside of the detention facility in Portland because he was just literally standing there. That's all it takes. You just stand there and they grab you for singing Rod Stewart.
Let them out! Let ICE out! Here come the ICE boys! Ready to bump some brown people! Hell yeah! You gotta get your quota! If you are a Nazi, And you hate brown people. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Hell yeah, get them dancing. Sexy dancing across the street. Show those ICE agents how to move. Look at the shy one over there. Come on.
Look at the shy one.
I got strap-ons. I can chase you around the ice station with a big 12-inch strap-on. We can have a great time. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy.
You can use the hose on me. You can go up to the second knuckle. Woo! This is Rod Stewart. It's called Fuck Ice. He wrote it in 1977. You hate brown people, and you are a Nazi. Come on, buddy, leave Portland. Leave Portland. Hey, open the gates, Whitaker. They're embarrassed to be out here. You gotta be on the ball. Freaking needle dick. It's lonely on a Saturday night. Low cost making 15 an hour. Busted brown people, even without a warrant. Sax solo. Hell yeah, make it sexy.
The Portland war zone, by the way. This is who Trump compared Portland to like World War II.
And we're just trying to have some fun. I got strap-ons, pornography, Adderall people. Hell yeah. He sits at home, hating on brown people. He gets a job better than most security. He can go around in a black van with no warrant. Don't you just know exactly what he's thinking? If you hate brown people, that you are a Nazi. Come on, ICE, get out of Portland. Get out of Portland, baby.
They grab him, then they grab him at the very end here.
Oh, cars are coming. Let them out. You got 20 National Guard back there. Fuck guys. Yeah, why don't you come out with your super soaker? Huh? Oh, here they come. They're not ready for primetime players. Woo! Demolition.
Hello, what are you doing? He's talking?
Stop the music.
He's just talking.
Boo!
So he's suing him, and he's free. So he's free now. But they did grab him, and they did bring him in there. Wild. But all he was doing was just sitting out there dancing and singing on the sidewalk. And even when he did get grabbed, he got detained. He was on the right side of the no-go zone. Okay, so really quick. So where Robbie Roadstreamer was, let me go here. Matt. Because we had a Delta Force Ranger, Task Force 141, MARSOC, Super Ultra Operator give us a highly detailed map as to what's going on in Portland with the war zone. So Robbie Roadstreamer, we'll call him Giraffe Guantanamo, or he was wearing his giraffe costume there. What's his giraffe name? I know we got Gary the Guantanamo Gator, but what's his giraffe character? If it has a name, I can't remember. But he was standing to this side of the no-go zone. Okay, because if you cross the do not cross line, then ICE can just shoot at you. Like those ICE that were standing on the rooftop, if you do cross that blue line, they will just start popping pepper balls at you. And then likely make a targeted arrest later on, and they'll come and get you. But he wasn't even anywhere near the entrance. He actually stood off to the side. Not valid, not saying that his arrest or anything would be valid, because he's not even close to that blue line. Like, look how far away he is. But he was off to the right side of it, making room, because every time they open that gate, there's usually vehicles coming out or something. So I mean, some protesters don't, but I mean, there's a vehicle coming, but they went out and purposely grabbed him. So it was a targeted arrest, which is wild. But he's suing him, and he's back out, as you guys saw. Back out in the protest in Boston. Democratic senators fear getting hammered after no kings for ending shutdown. Some Democrats skeptical about their leadership's hardline stance against reopening the federal government privately acknowledge that they fear getting hammered by their liberal base if they vote for the Republican funding bill. Grassroots Democrats, frustrated with the Trump administration, have been demanding a fight, and on Saturday, millions showed up at No Kings. Okay. We would have enough votes to reopen the government if people were not terrified of getting the guillotine. I hate this type of news. It's like, oh, wow. People that voted for Democrats are going to hold them accountable if they don't do what they voted them for. The horror. Pathetic. It's so fucked. If you try to hold a Democrat accountable for like one thing of like hey, I voted for you to do this thing, and then they do it, and then the right wing goes, wow, I can't believe they're actually doing left wing politics and they're governing for their voting base. I can't believe it. I can't believe this happened. That's on Ukraine. Okay. Government shutdown still going. We can go in Ukraine a little bit, I guess, in a minute. Government shutdown. What's happening? Senate holds 11th vote to fund the government. So here's the latest on the shutdown. So the Senate today is voting for an 11th time on advancing a House-passed measure to fund the government and end the ongoing shutdown. The bill has fallen short of the 60 votes needed to advance. The next vote is scheduled for 5:30 p.m. Senate Majority Leader John Thune is also expected to bring up a bill this week that would pay federal employees and military service members who have continued to work during the shutdown. So we've been shut down for 19 days, 16 hours, and 43 minutes. There must be voting right now then. Anything on that? Doesn't look like it. I know I see a stream up. You said the Ninth Circuit dissenting judge asked we retain faith in our judicial system for just a little longer. Oh, for the National Guard going to Portland? Oh, that's right. We'll get to that next. Remind me of that. I don't see him live in there. He met with Australian Prime Minister today. He met also with the LSU champions. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, the government shut down. Nothing's changed. Votes are happening to try to reopen it. Happening now. Here you go. The Hill. They're voting right now. I guess we can listen in. Doesn't look like many people are there. Okay, well that's live in the Senate. I think they're voting right now. Portland National Guard. Appeals court ruling allows Trump to deploy guard to Portland. Okay, so do we post? We probably gotta post this here on my Facebook page. Probably gonna be going back there, y'all.
Mr. Graham, aye.
They're voting on reopening the government. Government's still shut down. They need 60 votes.
No.
So the Ninth Circuit rules that the National Guard can deploy to Portland. A divided federal appeals court for the Ninth Circuit on Monday overturned a temporary restraining order put in place by a federal judge in Portland, removing the legal impediment that was preventing the Trump administration from sending National Guard troops to Portland, Oregon. After considering the record at this preliminary stage, we conclude that it is likely that the president lawfully exercised his statutory authority under 10 USC blah, 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 which authorizes the federalization of the National Guard when the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. The majority wrote in its decision. That is so fucking stupid. Okay. It's unclear what impact this ruling will immediately have on the ground. The Ninth Circuit's decision applies to only one of the two temporary restraining orders that the U.S. District Judge Karen Emergut issued this month, blocking the deployment. The ruling comes in the wake of the series of Trump authorizations to deploy the National Guard to Los Angeles, D.C., and Chicago. Trump said the deployments are necessary to protect the work of immigration and customs enforcement. In a declaration provided to the court, Craig Dobson, assistant chief with the Portland Police Bureau, stated the protests have never been so out of control that local officers couldn't respond. In fact, on any given weekend, the nightlife in Portland's entertainment district has warranted greater PPB resources than the small nightly protests in front of the ICE facility. The lower court blocked the deployment on October 4th. The U.S. District Court Judge Karen granted the city and state a temporary restraining order preventing the federal government from deploying. The president can federalize the National Guard members if there's a foreign invasion, rebellion, or danger of one, or an inability to carry out federal laws with regular forces. Okay. The majority opinion for the Ninth Circuit was authorized by Judges Ryan Nelson and Bridget Bade, who were both appointed during Trump's first term. They wrote that the district court erred when it discounted the violent and disruptive events that occurred in June, July, and August.
Mr. Sheehy, aye.
Outside the ICE facility and focused on only a few events in September. We're in almost November right now. It became national news in October. Like live. They weren't reacting to September. They were reacting to what's happening right now. Oh boy.
Mr. Hawley,
The law, they argued, didn't put such limitations on the facts or circumstances that the president could consider when making a decision. Oh my God. Given Portland protesters' well-known penchant for wearing chicken suits, inflatable frog costumes, or nothing at all when expressing their disagreement with the methods deployed by ICE, observers may be tempted to view the majority's ruling, which accepts the government's characterization of Portland as a war zone, as merely absurd. Yes. This was appeals court Judge Susan Graber, appointed by Bill Clinton in the dissent. There you go. Well, Trump's going to look even more absurd, which is going to continue. I mean, there should be no hopium for the courts of Trump at this point. So just expect, like, there will be temporary wins, but the guard is still there. Like, we were out there looking for him when I was in Portland. Like, we went a couple times because like the guard was going to get deployed and then it didn't. And then we were out there. I was there with Scooter Caster and we were going to the airports looking for him and shit. Just to try to film the guard getting deployed, but then it got stopped, obviously. But I mean, just expect this to happen. As we've always maintained, President Trump is exercising his lawful authority to protect federal assets and personnel following violent riots that local leaders have refused to address. Wow. Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield responded to today's ruling with a statement. Today's ruling, if followed as stand, would give the president unilateral power to put Oregon soldiers on our streets with almost no justification. This is Project 2025, and it's going to happen. We're on a dangerous path. Yep. Yep. Obama deported so many more. Yeah, he deported more, but it was quiet. And he wasn't activating the National Guard. You're making a non-argument. Wow, so Obama did the job more effectively, is what you're saying, and it didn't stir up the entire country, and have the most record-setting protests in the history of the U.S. is what you're saying. So that's okay. If people are deported for being criminals, I don't give a fuck. They're deporting people that are working. They're deporting workers. They're deporting Americans, actually. They're detaining Americans. You're an idiot. The fuck out of here. Well, Americans, if there's like a fucking actual crime, an actual criminal, murderer out here, they don't give a fuck if they're deployed. And that is like 99%. If they're like, if they're here and they're not an American citizen. Let them go face accountability in both our country and whatever country they're from. The problem is they're grabbing immigrants that are non-violent immigrants. They're grabbing immigrants from their places of employment.
Mr. Schmidt.
They're not. They don't have due process here.
No.
Why is that? Why is that a talking point? You fucking MAGA fucking losers. Obama deported more. Good. Give us another reason why Obama was a better president. Not to everyone though, because there will be good criticisms from Obama too about his drone strikes. Even people that are just against ICE as it exists in general though. But like for me, I don't care if there's like immigrants coming and they're violent. For example, like say Russians start coming here. Russian immigrants start coming here and they want retribution for people that supported Ukraine or something. Bye. Okay, it doesn't just apply to black and brown people. If they're an immigrant, they're coming here and they're a criminal, actual one, not just one because immigrant, therefore criminal, which is what MAGA is doing. MAGA is doing this bullshit where they're saying, oh, they're an immigrant and they came illegally, therefore criminal. Therefore, we can treat them and take their humanity away without due process. Get the fuck out of here. But if they're an actual someone that's murdered somebody and they're an immigrant, then do the process of whatever, put them and deport them and get them out of here. As the majority of anyone would say, no matter what country you're from.
Mr. Scott of Florida, aye.
We'll see if the government reopens here. You said it's a change like jaywalking. You said, oh, also, yeah, Obama didn't send film crews to the deportations. Obama didn't have MAGA propagandists like Nick Shirley in bed with the deportations and like put songs to the deportations and like you get to watch propaganda videos. Obama didn't take over the accounts, social media accounts of major government organizations and do memes the whole time. Like, oh, we deported them. Here's like fucking the Pokemon theme song. Is there what song's on this one? The Coast Guard. Wow. The Coast Guard still isn't cool. I mean, you can try. You can put a song over it. We're in a time where the Coast Guard's getting edits because they're doing immigration enforcement. That's why. A lot of their edits and their shit's been taken down. Ice Barbie. We can return.
Mr. McConnell, aye.
This is a white nationalist meme, by the way. It might not seem like that because you're like, it's a Ford Bronco and Coca-Cola. It's the time period they're choosing. And most of these nostalgia accounts that do this, which is now DHS, are like, it's all to advocate for white nationalism.
Mr. Hoven, aye.
Well, let's return to bottled Coca-Cola, which you can get, and the Ford Bronco from whatever. Would it be like a, like an 80s Bronco, actually? Wouldn't it be like, is this like an 83 or an 84 Bronco? What year is this? Is this an 80s Bronco? Or is it? It'd probably be earlier than that then, 70s. Oh, this guy, that's a 70s Bronco.
Mr. Daines.
Cool looking vehicle.
Aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Aye.
USCIS is now hiring homeland defenders. Interview applicants for green cards, work visas, and wow. Bro, we're about like we're gonna have the SS and Gestapo for real.
No.
Papers. And then if you stand against it, you'll be treated the same. So like if you like are an American citizen, you pay your taxes, you do everything. Maybe you've served the country. You will be treated all the same if you stand against it. Putin watching the greatest triumph of his life.
Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Aye.
Meanwhile, at the White House. Just tearing that shit up. Adam Mockler's still going nuts. Getting who else? Who did he Mockler today?
Were women created to lead or to follow?
Average right-wing question. That's why we have fundamental. That's why we have no fundamental agreement in America. That is the right-wing question. That is what that is their politics. Were women created to lead or to follow? Where do you go? What do you do with that? Why is that? That's the center point of like a lot of their arguments. And that can be used for any marginalized group. Women are marginalized too. So women and down all across the line. And then you're expected to work with that. And like, that's right-wing politics.
Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff.
They're in the S's. I have this on in the background, low key. I'm waiting for the final tally. We're almost there.
I mean, neither inherently. What do you think?
What do you mean, neither inherently?
I think that a woman can develop into a great leader if she has the skill set, if she gets educated like my mom. If I think a lot of women can be great leaders, but inherently, nobody's a leader or a follower. Some women are going to be more predisposed to following people. I don't think that binary is quite true. Do you think
Would you ever follow one?
You're either a leader or a follower, and like that's for men or women. And that doesn't mean you're less than because you can't be a leader. Or it doesn't mean you're greater than because you are a leader. That's just some people have the ability to do it and some don't. And it's not women. Like women. Like the question, it's such a stupid question.
Aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks. No. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin. No.
Okay, back to the video.
Woman.
Sure.
You will follow a woman.
Yeah.
You will follow a woman.
I have a.
You would follow a woman. What a dumb question, dude. Such a stupid question. Mom, is this mommy? This is mommy issues. This guy's got mother issues.
Question for you.
No, would you follow a woman?
Yes. Why are you trying to pin me down on this? I have a question for you.
Why would you follow a woman?
Say you have a man that is about to take you into a battle that you know you're going to lose. Or,
no, why would you follow a woman? You don't believe in God, huh?
See, those two things aren't connected. Wait, I have a
Do
question.
you believe in God?
No.
So why is it that you don't believe God exists?
No, probably not.
So do you believe in evil?
Do I believe in evil?
Yeah.
Sure, the characteristic of evil, sure, yeah.
So you don't believe in good, but you believe in evil.
Wait, no. Do I believe in God or good?
Good.
Oh, I do believe in good.
But you believe in good and evil, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So how can you believe in good and evil and not believe in God?
I don't need a Bible to tell me.
Cancer. It's cancer. It's literal cancer. Cancer. Mesothelioma. The question was about women, and then it somehow went to God and good and evil. And credit to Adam for dealing with that, because no thank you. Nope. No way. That's crazy. These edibles ain't shit. Oh boy. Move this over here. We're waiting for the final tally for the government's gonna open again, so I'm kind of stalling until we go to the next thing. Oof.
Mr. Cornyn, aye.
The president posted a video of him literally shitting on a major left-wing influencer, but mainstream media barely acknowledged it. If the roles were reversed, people need to stop doing that. People need to stop doing that. If the role were reversed, or if this were Obama, like, listen, it's not. You gotta fight with fire. You gotta fight fire. You gotta fight this with fire. Okay. Stop being like, I can't believe this. I can't. This is crazy. It is crazy. Accept it. The right wing is militarized. They're militant and they're doing nothing but fake 1984 world and memes. And you can either cry about it and try to be like, if Obama or Biden did this, that is nothing. We're empty words. Go protest. Go start something. Go shut something down. I don't know. Homophobic face planting boomer costume.
Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice.
That would be a funny costume though. And then you got to put the eye makeup on, and you wear that guy.
Mr. Cotton, aye.
Dear Mega Tools, what? Dear POTUS Trump. Oh God. Oh my God. This was AI. This was written with AI for sure. Either way, Meriwether Farms, huh? Make beef American again? Dear POTUS, we love you and we support you, but your suggestion to buy beef from Argentina to stabilize beef prices would be an absolute betrayal to the American cattle rancher. Oh. We understand there are larger economic and geopolitical dynamics at play. Oh, God. Cult.
Mr. Blumenthal, no.
Dear leader, please care about us. We know there are bigger and greater things that we do not understand, but please care about us too. We support you. We helped elect you. But I know the cool kids and your friends are more important than we are, and we respect that. But please, give us attention too. We matter. The practice of solving problems over there before solving problems here on our soils are contributing to the downfall of our country. Americans will always come last. I understand beef prices are high and we admire your concern for all Americans, but this is not the fault of the American producer. This is the fault of politicians who have allowed BRICS-aligned entities to dominate the meat industry. Oh, but you voted for it, though. You wanted that. That's what you voted for. You voted for BRICS-aligned shit and Russia influence, and Russia's trying to... Another one of the factors of Russia trying to invade Ukraine is so they can control their agriculture, because Ukraine is just a massive breadbasket for the global south for agriculture and farming. So Russia's trying to control all that. But you should have known that, though. If you're not a stupid fucking moron, you should definitely look into who you're voting for. and all of their policies. But because Trump LARPed as a conservative worker when he wore the McDonald's outfit and was a garbage man and tried to sell himself, he was doing Putin propaganda, and it won. And it won, you fucking losers. Because that's what Putin does. Putin dresses up as like a working class Russian, and then he goes and does propaganda, and then Russians vote for him. And Trump did the exact same thing last year. Because it worked for Putin. Why wouldn't it? And it did. It worked for Trump too. The American cattle rancher is one of the last symbols of independence. But the continued manipulation and betrayal by the very people who claim to support them needs to end. It will never end if you vote Republican. You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. If you're like a labor person, cattle rancher, I own land and work on for my family, and if you vote right wing, you're a fucking idiot. They LARP your shit. They LARP you. They dress up like you. They pretend they're a land person, and then siphon all your money and give it to people that will buy your land and then buy you out and then put apartments on your shit. Because they LARP your shit. Because you want to have an American flag and you pretend you think you're independent, and you are. A lot of you farmers and shit sustain yourself. GG's. But then you vote for motherfuckers that will kill you and your family, actually.
Mr. White House, no.
You know the farmers Donald Trump cares about? Argentinian and also the corporate farms.
Mr. Sullivan,
In 2020, all the farms that got bailed out were the corporate farms. Big, like they have boards of executives, Saudi Arabia, China. They own farms in America. Then they're big corporate fucking giga farms out here in the Midwest. California has a bunch of them, but big ass farm. They're not family owned farms. The animals don't have names or anything. It's a system in there, and it's wild to look at. Wild, and all those farms are the ones that get bailouts, and they get more money and funding, and like the local family owned farms and shit are like dying because they get no support from the government. And the ones that do are corporate.
no.
I don't know. I can't keep track of the score. We have to wait for the end. Is C-SPAN live with it? I don't think they don't have a tally up. We gotta wait for the call at the end. It sounds like some people aren't present, so they have to wait for their vote when they come in. Looks like you got Lindsey Graham talking to Democrats. Yeah, it looks like Cory Booker. We have a very serious communist problem in the US. We don't. Denver communists.
Mr. Schatz.
What do they do? Smoke weed all day and just hand out buttons? Like, there's no threat from communists. Because they have the Charlie Kirk had it coming sign. Wow, spicy. Definitely a spicy meme. But, I mean, seriously? Oh, he's a Timcast person, of course. That's awesome. The city of Denver, this isn't true, obviously, but this is a meme. Yeah, the city of Denver has erected a lifelike bronze sculpture titled Sonic Boomer. Not a real thing, but funny. Funny premise. If you watch Putin on silent, it's literally the same style of video and propaganda that the Trump administration does. And Putin will talk and talk and fucking talk and talk. And his is like just just the worst to listen to. Like you have to listen to it through translation, but hey, go easy on him. Downward dog can be tough at first. Oof. Oh wow, we're getting all this guy's getting memes now. My For You. How it started and how it ended. I'm voting straight red in every single election forever because of people like this. Were you ever not going to? Was that ever a question? That's it, libtards. We're no longer playing nice. Listen, we're gonna vote right wing harder next time. I'm gonna fill in the bubbles even more. Knocking down the White House and shitting on America. That's the last messages from Trump. $27 years ago? Jesus. Best game ever made. I'm not hearing anything else from the votes. I wonder if they're still waiting for people to show up. 27 years ago, the best game was ever made. What up, Bible? Everybody check in, check in. So you got right-wingers lying about Boston. They're saying it's a video from 2017, but it wasn't. As if you didn't hate the media enough. What up? We got how we doing? How we doing? We're live on Facebook, Twitch. What to see at Twitch? We are waiting for the vote. We got 5,000 people watching it now.
Mr. Cruz, aye.
The East Wing was built in 1902, huh? Wow. Well, there it went. No president has ever demolished part of the White House for their own personal gain. You're more concerned about the demolition and reconstruction of a building than the leftists' actual tearing down of monuments, cities, our moral fabric, sexualization and castration of our minors. There you go. This is MAGA in one comment here. This is what they believe. Putting woke in our institutions. Just perpetually in a state of being cooked. You guys, they're in the air fryer. Just can't get out of it. He needed his own soundtrack. Classic. Gunther Eagleman had a take. Any man attending a No Kings rally this weekend must hand in his man card. Those are the rules. MAGA spokesman number 7576. Meanwhile, this was Gunther Eagleman eating a banana. Yeah, I think this instance here might be, you know, and This might be gayer than, you know, some of my gay friends, and that's fine. That's okay. But that's pretty wild thing, pretty wild image here. But it's okay. You can eat bananas like that if you want. You can do that. You have the freedom to do that. You know, he's savoring the banana too. Like, he scooped that and he's sucking on the banana, the straw or whatever. That's a wild way to eat a banana. Tanya, thank you so much. I mean, like, we've seen all types of ways of how dudes eat bananas. But this one, I think, I would rather you just, I think it would be less gay to, like, deep throat the banana. Like, you peel back the banana and, like, you just, like, put it as far into your mouth as you can and bite. Like, you know, just like a mouthful of banana and you just, like, put it in there. I think that would be more acceptable. But you can eat a banana how you want, though. Don't let anybody tell you how you should eat a banana, you guys. There was Trump in the McDonald's a year ago today. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. McDonald's employee got president. We gotta save Brent for the end. We did we watch his, we did watch his Young Republicans one. I'll watch this at the end of the stream.
Mr. Thune, Mr.
We gotta go out on a funny note.
Aye.
The end of an era. Okay. I don't know what that means. Trump's priorities: bulldozing the White House, reopening the government. I am more ultra MAGA American first than I have ever been. MAGA is wide awake more than ever. I'm actually Russian. That's usually most of the MAGA accounts. Most of the MAGA accounts are Russian bots. Gunther's police service record is online now. He didn't fulfill his 3-month training and was marked ineligible for rehire. Matt, who was trying to make himself a victim from Asheville. You know, it's the strangest thing. I don't remember seeing the same crowd of liberals rushing down to help us during months after Hurricane Helene. Why do they get to have these takes? Why is this is the right-wing brain? How do you even come up with this thought process? Liberal, politically aware people need to come and help you in a hurricane? Not your elected officials and the people, like, these people probably pay taxes. What in the fuck? I don't even know how to dissect that. You're right, Matt. Millions of liberals should have flown. Rail and road links were cut off, so I'm presuming thousands of flights descending on Asheville Regional Airport in the aftermath of a devastating hurricane to stand around and obstruct relief efforts, which is what would happen. If you're not trained in relief efforts, or what, you're in the fucking way. That's why when natural disasters happen, the law enforcement and the recovery crews are like, stay away. Don't come here for, like, unless you're with an organization that is connected that can help. Whenever there's major instances, you don't want people just showing up and, like, taking video, and because you're in the way and you're likely going to become a victim of the natural disaster that's happening. And then they have to come and save you too because your dumb ass went there. What an idiot.
Mr. Schumer, no.
Good. Chuck. What if Chuck Schumer would have said yes? I would have grilled him.
Mr. Thune, no.
Take a selfie with a mask on and sunglasses and a hat. So confident.
On this vote, there are 50 yeas votes, and the nays are 43. The 3/5 of the Senate only duly chosen and sworn not having voted
Government closed.
in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
Government denied. No more government.
Majority Leader.
Enter a motion to reconsider.
Reconsider.
Motion is entered.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
There you go. 50 to 43. Government remains closed.
Senators, in accordance with the provisions
No government.
the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 168, HR 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and further purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session and consider executive calendar number 458.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it.
Wow.
The ayes do have it.
Solid.
The motion's agreed to.
Wow.
The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the
Government.
Judiciary, Bill Lewis of Alabama, to be United States District Judge for the Middle District.
President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Bill Lewis of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Alabama, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Okay, how are you going to get business done with nobody there? You're an idiot. Okay, so he's talking about trying to get other orders of business done because government's shut down. I don't know how you do that. There's nobody there. You're an idiot. Anyway, so government shut down. It's not changing for now. They'll try again tomorrow probably. So there you go. Breaking news. Government shutdown continues. They need 60 votes. They need 60. So until that number for yays hits 60, that government is going to stay closed. But there you go. All right. So anyway, so you got a wall of fascists, it looks like, which makes sense. You should have that. If you're going to a protest, you should be aware of people that are trying to get you in trouble or that are like secretly working for the government. So you say when Antifa puts you on a wall of fascists, the only sensible thing to do is show up in disguise and take a selfie so nobody can see you. Hilarious. 4 people on that wall were able to walk right into the event and roam around undetected. Antifa is dangerous, but Antifa's dangerous, but they're also not dangerous. They're making people aware so they don't fucking talk to you. Or they're not going to do shit else. Antifa is so dangerous, but also you can walk around in there and you can talk to them, make yourself a victim. ICE is eating the frogs, they're eating the giraffes in Portland, people. No political violence. No political violence, chat. Okay. What else we got? Let's see this here. What else do we got this afternoon? Trump's approval rating plummets.
Organizers say more than 7 million people gathered at nearly 3,000 events across the country over the weekend for No Kings rallies in a largely peaceful show of force against the Trump administration's policies. That's 2 million more people than the first No Kings Day back in June.
And it will keep going up. The next one will be like 10 million people. And then the next one will be like 15 million. And then you're going to have like, it'll be serious. It'll be like the state. It'll become so big.
Protesters flooded streets, squares, and parks in both big cities and small towns, chanting "No Kings in America."
These protests have 3 years to build momentum, and they started right away.
And carrying signs with slogans like "Democracy, not monarchy," and "Make America Good Again." In Boston, organizers say more than 100,000 rallygoers convened at the historic Boston Common, America's oldest park. In Washington, D.C., protesters, including federal employees, filled the streets near the U.S. Capitol as the government shutdown remains in effect. In New York City, people stretched for many blocks, with rallies spanning across all 5 boroughs. The protests were overwhelmingly peaceful, with many participants wearing costumes like the unicorn that I believe Jacob Soboroff interviewed. They were waving American flags. They were dancing. All this despite Republicans referring to the events as Hate America rallies in recent days.
They're called Hate America rallies because they're against Trump. And to the right wing that's still sucking Trump's nuts, America is what Trump does. America is Trump. And so to stand against Trump is to stand against America.
Many elected officials and public figures joined protesters at these rallies, slamming the Trump administration and celebrating the day's events.
We are here for the same.
They had Bill Nye out there? What the heck? They had Bill Nye in Washington?
In 1776. We want our government to run without a king. Our government is based on ideas embodied in the Constitution. Among other remarkable features, it guarantees our freedom to
Bill Nye taught me stuff when I was a kid, when the teacher was too hungover and wheeled in the TV, and like we watched Bill Nye.
speak, as we're doing here today. Rather than doing one monarch
Bill Nye raised a generation.
bidding, we have agreed to form a democracy, to work together, and to follow the laws that derive from it. No thrones, no crowns, no kings.
Tyranny requires your fear, your silence, and your compliance. Democracy requires your courage. And tyranny depends on good people doing nothing. It requires us to accept the unacceptable, to rationalize the irrational, to normalize the abnormal. But tyranny also fails when ordinary people refuse to cooperate, when they say no kings and they mean it.
Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, called these rallies Hate America events.
The one positive that you can draw, though, is the majority of Americans didn't vote, and those are the people that need to be winnable. Which is like, people think that they need to convince MAGA to not be MAGA anymore. Fuck that. Fuck all that. Like, they'll fall off. It's the people that didn't vote and the people that weren't out there in 2024. Okay, those are the ones that will be winnable, and why the numbers for whoever the Democratic politician is, I hope it's a good one. I hope it's not somebody that's fucking cringe and that is like connected to Israel or whoever the fuck. Like, that's gonna suck if that happens. But if they can find a populist, or they have a populist that can connect with the working class, like the amount of people that will vote for this person will be like probably 85 million, 90 million. That's my prediction. Because if Biden can pull off 81 million votes after a whole 1 year of protesting, and not even a full year, right? It was just 2020, and it really started in May. These protests are starting 3 years ahead of time, right? I would be more concerned if these protests started in 2027, or 2020, like at the end. But these protests have started immediately, and they're only going to continue to pick up steam as time goes on, and as Trump isn't chilling out. It'd be one thing if like Trump was like, okay, we better, our PR is really bad right now. We better chill out our actions, and at least for the propaganda of it all. Nope, they're not doing that either. They're like, nope, full send, full fisted MAGA, full Project 2025. We're still sending it, and it's just going to keep bringing more people out to protest. It's just the protest numbers are just going to continue to grow.
Boy, does he have it wrong.
He said literally any candidate could win on offering universal health care, right or left. Not right. Right wing will never go for universal health care. They have too many donors of corporations that want you to pay into their system for that. There's too much money there pushing them away from it. They would never support universal health care. Also, There's too much. They can grift the idea that universal healthcare is communist, and that could keep their base away from supporting any left-wing agendas by just calling it communist and socialist. So they're just going to have that no matter what. So yeah, no, you won't. There won't be any right-wing politician that advocates for universal healthcare.
Millions of Americans are coming out today not because they hate America. We're here because we love America.
And speaking of the Speaker of the House, Johnson doubled down on his criticism of these rallies during an interview yesterday. And President Trump spoke out about the demonstrations organized against himself and his administration.
But the irony of the message is pretty clear for everyone. If President Trump was a king, the government would be open right now. If President Trump was a king, they would not have been able to engage in that free speech exercise out on the mall. Yeah, I've never called anybody an enemy, but we call out...
Hate America rally or, Antifa, pro-Hamas, those are enemies.
Well, there were a lot of hateful messages yesterday. I mean, we have video and photos of pretty violent rhetoric, calling out the president, saying fascists must die and all the rest. I mean...
Yeah, they should, and they should. Fascists should die. Yep, I agree. Nazis should die, too.
Loving speech, I don't think that's...
Fuck out of here. Why? That is not a controversial take. The fuck out of here, dude.
I don't think it's pro-American to say those kinds of things. So it's not about the people, it's about the message, it's about the ideology.
It's about the ideology.
It's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. And I looked at all the brand new signs paid for, I guess it was paid for by Soros and other radical...
Look how wide his neck pussy is now. That thing used to be tight, but now look at it, it's fucking leaking over here.
Lunatics. It looks like it was. We're checking it out. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out.
The protests were very small, very ineffective, and people are whacked out. They're scared. I'm telling you, chat, don't let the listen. Just be confident. It sucks. It's gonna suck out here. It's gonna get really shitty. You're gonna see more ICE. You're gonna see more National Guard deployments. Thankfully I was wrong, and martial law wasn't enacted on Saturday, but that will happen eventually. They'll get to it probably like right before the main election, right before the next presidential election. He'll do it. But thankfully I was wrong. No martial law on Saturday, but all of that is going to continue. Like none of this is going to chill out. Like they're not going to chill out at all. So more and more people will go. More and more people will protest, and it's just hot stove theory. We put our hand on the hot stove last year, and now we have to live with the ramifications, and nothing changes for 3 years. The only thing that can is more people can protest, and then hopefully those more protests will happen. We need to have more than just one a month. One a month is not enough for these types of protests against Trump, in my opinion. The consistent ICE protests are good, but they need to happen in more states too. But more protests in general, like against Trump. A lot of people are advocating for a general strike, which is also good, which is everyone just kind of does. But like, it's tough though. A general strike is really tough for families because like it's already tough to pay for shit out here, and then you just don't go to work or whatever. It's a big ask. It's a tough one. That one's tough, but I know people are floating that idea. But I don't know. I don't really know how you're going to get a lot of people to do that. You got to think big. You got to think bigger picture. So yes, you definitely have people that will do that. I don't know if the impact would be enough for it to cause a real issue, and also it could hurt a lot of American families by striking. But it's not a bad idea though. I'm not saying the idea in general is bad. I'm just wondering the strategy of how to employ that and how that would actually be effective with the numbers of people that would be available. And what you have, that like there's a lot of ideas that are good, but then you had to be real on how it would be implemented, and like how many people would actually be doing it is like the factors you need to think of. But I think that would a general strike wouldn't be a bad idea though, but I just don't know how it would work.
When you look at those people, those are not representative of the people of our country.
I want to bring in MSNBC White House correspondent Jake Traylor, who was at the No Kings event here in Washington.
Okay, Variable on Twitch says Japan bus style strike. Everybody does their jobs, but refuse to take payment. Absolutely guts corporate bottom lines.
In DC, to me,
the majority of transportation in America isn't on buses though, and the people that use them are like need them to get to work. They don't have the other way to get to work because they live in a city. So I mean, yes, but you wouldn't. I just don't know how effective that would be to the federal government, though. We don't have a culture of public transportation really to where that would cause a real disruption. Like airports would probably be more disruptive than a bus station. I'm just trying to think. You got to think big picture. You can't think like, because it would work. Like, yes, it's still a good protest. Like that would stop the bus for the day, but would that really affect the flow of the federal government? I don't know.
Kind of hard to say that 7 million people across thousands of rally sites were insignificant, small, or not representative of America. But nevertheless, that is one of the ways that the White House is talking about it. Can you bring us on the ground with you? What did you see? What did you hear over the weekend?
Yeah, let me first just make a quick point. Do we remember the Trump campaign just about a year ago, whenever Biden referenced some of the country as, quote, garbage?
Yeah.
And then the way the Trump campaign latched onto that, the deplorable comment from Hillary Clinton back 2016, the way the Trump campaign latched onto that comment. It's interesting the way that the Trump administration, Trump himself, has written this off, these millions of Americans, in a very similar way and are expecting a different result. But I will say, all politics is local. This is a phrase we say a lot of times. That really was true in Washington, D.C. this weekend. The things that they were most concerned about, first of all, 2,000 National Guardsmen have been on the ground now in D.C. for a long time, against the will of many, many of the people that live here. The indictments of John Bolton and James Comey right down the road in Maryland and Virginia for a lot of these individuals. The original military protest, or the military parade that Trump had in the summer, is kind of the initiator of this actual first No Kings rally back this summer. There were so many individuals I spoke with who their overwhelming thing that they said to me was Trump and his administration frequently speak about this overwhelming mandate that they have, essentially the right to go about and execute whatever way they can because they won this election.
Whatever they want.
The thing that I kept hearing from, literally, I spoke with dozens of people. The mall was packed out. The National Mall, Pennsylvania Avenue, from where we stood by the Capitol all the way to the White House was completely filled out. The thing that I kept...
Who in the chat went to the protests in Washington, D.C.? They won't stop the bus. They run as normal, but they put up a sign about why they're on strike. They refuse to take payments and just drive as normal. Stateside, it could be adopted in another industry, but it would need to be widespread for sure. Okay. Yeah, but that's... Where would you educate people on it though? Like it's such a thing. It's such a task, because you'd have to have people aware of that and like the scope and it's all about just the education of it and the grassroots building of it. And you have to community build with that, because people are tough. They're just tough to deal with people, especially if they're not aware of the scope and scale of what you're trying to do.
Hearing from people is Trump does not have an overwhelming mandate. And we're here to say there's a large part of this country that vastly disagrees with what he's doing here. I talked with one individual. Her name was Holly. She said, I'm, not even maybe quote unquote your typical Democrat. She said, I come from a different background from the South. I'm a Christian. I'm a lawyer. I'm a veteran. And I am so upset with what is happening in this country. And this Mike Johnson and Republican kind of conversation about this being an I hate Trump or I hate America rally, an anti-American rally. Her words are really interesting because she honestly sometimes was emotional, saying, I care for this country deeply. I'm here to protest peacefully, but I'm very concerned with what's going on. We have some sound from that I want to quickly listen to.
I'm a first-generation American. I am a veteran. I was in the military. I check all the boxes. I'm a mom. I've got 4 kids, but I follow Jesus, but I am a patriot. I am a patriot, and I will not let anyone tell me that I am not here because I love my country. Yeah. And so that is, I think of everything, I am passionate about that, because the people that are here today...
Hey, thank you, Keeper List, becoming a supporter.
...about this country.
So again, when you hear that,
we got to hear from a frog. You got to go to Status Coop. Status Coop news. And John and JT. Did they post there? Did they post the interview? Might not be out yet. They interviewed a group of the inflatables out there, the anti-flatables. Really good channel. Really good stuff on that platform. Yeah, you should go tune into their streams and video content when you can. Don't see it up yet though. What does that say? No Kings Louisville? We're getting protests recommended for you. Oh, Louisville. I was in Louisville. We've done protest streams there.
Huh? We started today.
There's some people out there chilling. You said Portland isn't happy right now? Yeah, they're not going to be. It's likely where we're going to have to go next, but I have to wait and see like the reaction first and like kind of see like what's going to happen. But it's looking like, you know, Portland is probably where we're going to be going back to for streams, for protests. Because the National Guard is already there. Like they've just kind of been waiting for the 2 weeks to expire. 2 weeks is expired. And then now you got the Ninth Circuit Court ruling that they can deploy to Portland. You can talk about busing again now that Sarge Segregation Joe is out. What? Yep. A general sustained strike is necessary in order for people to feel it too. Right, but like a lot of people doing it would feel it though too. It's like it's tough one. Yeah, it would be one of those, and our economy too. It would be tough. We'd be putting ourselves in a tough spot. But like, yeah, it would definitely derail the federal government though. I mean, yeah, it would do that, but it's like, I think there'd be a lot of side issues too. Not side issues. I feel like it would just have a lot of fallout that wouldn't be able to be navigated easily. And yeah, I guess not every political action is gonna, like, you know how it's gonna work out in the end, and you have a solid idea of, you know, if you do something, then this is gonna happen. Like a lot of times, it's like you gotta hope for the best in the politics of what I've noticed. You gotta do the thing and then hope the chips fall where you hope they do. Because people are unpredictable. This administration is it's unpredictable in a sense that like every day something fucking psycho will happen. But in general, though, they're sticking to Project 2025. Like they're sticking to the overall goals of like taking back the government, which they have. The Republicans control it. Taking back the culture of America and making it more white nationalist. Right, because America has always been conservative. Like the governments and just the culture of America throughout time was always conservative. And like for the past 20-ish years, 15 years, we've been not economically, not like with the billionaires and shit yet. Not that class yet, but like culturally though, America has become more progressive culturally. Rejecting more traditional Christian norms of like how society is supposed to like that's been rejected by America now. So the culture was lost, and that's really why Republicans and the right wing are acting like this. But the working class though is where the issue. Like it's still conservative for the working class, and like the ultra rich big giga billionaires have the full power and control still. So while the culture is not with the conservatives, that's why they're fisting so many conservative issues into the culture. The politics of like the policies still need to come into the progressives at least and start there. But there's still, it's always an issue with the corporate controlled Democrats that fight their own base of like making sure the billionaires are properly taxed, et cetera, et cetera. And that's a problem. The heck? New Adam Mockler meme. I was indoctrinated at a young age. Hell yeah. You know what indoctrinated was? Indiana Jones and also Medal of Honor, the video game. Like fighting Nazis and teaching them what's up with the end of your rifle in the video game, obviously, but Indiana Jones is out there doing it. Is Indiana Jones woke now? Woke Indy? So Nick Sorter, a breaking National Guard deployment in Portland is imminent as hundreds of troops have already completed training for this mission. It's time to take back Portland. Over the past 3 weeks, troops were trained specifically for this deployment and use of force, crowd control, blah, 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 blah. He said, let's do this. Because when the federal government comes out, because that's exactly what I told you guys. They aura farm the way this looks, right? Because this, when you just look at this, you're like, damn, smoke everywhere. Fucking, wow, that looks bad. Golly, that looks terrible. Whoa, wow, look how violent that is. Do you know who's doing all of that? The police. Do you know who's causing all of this smoke and pandemonium that looks crazy in this video? The federal government's doing that. The people, the protesters are just standing there, just fucking getting gassed. But when you look at this, though, in a vacuum, and you're like, don't know anything about anything, and you're just like, stupid person, beep, boop, beep, boop. Wow, this looks terrible. Oh, wow.
Oh my God. You have to kill me!
Wow, I can't believe all the violence. Send the guard. The ones doing the violence is the police and ICE. They're the ones deploying all this fucking gas and flashbangs and all the noise, and like why it sounds like that is because of ICE. And DHS. Like honestly, they think people are dumb, which Nick knows his base is stupid. You guys got to realize Nick and others like him are aware of their base. They obviously get something out of it because they get money and the grifting stuff, but they know that their base is so fucking stupid. And that's why they do this, because they can grift a dumb base. They can go out there to Tommy down the road with his helmet and his little microphone, and they say, wow, this guy's weaponized autism. And like, they know for a fact that their base is just not available for thought. So they can play videos like this, and like their base goes, wow, yeah, a guard needs to go there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, look at all that. But then a smart person will go, okay, well, why is there tear gas being deployed? Why are there flashbangs coming out? It's all for a purpose. It's all for Trump to look at this and they go, wow, look at Mr. President. Mr. President, look at Portland. Look at it right here. Look at it. Meanwhile, they're the ones doing it. The administration and the federal government are the ones doing this. That are creating the environment of this pandemonium. And it happens like once an hour. You stand out there and you're watching it all play out. You got everyone in their little inflatable costume. They're dancing in the street in front of the thing. Portland Police Bureau goes, we get out of the street. And then they like move out of the street for 5 minutes. And then some people will stand in the street still. And then this is the Federal Protection Service. We're coming out making targeted arrests. And then they'll have their drones up and like their content creators ready to go to film their propaganda. And then they come out and just like unleash all of their munitions that they've saved up for the day on the crowd. And then they clip this like you see here. And then they go, Mr. President, look at how violent Portland is. We have to send the guard. We have to. It's so ridiculous. All of this over one little intersection. So you're going to have the guard there. Probably going to have to go back. They're going to be out there. Good thing I get paid this week, so I can afford flights and shit. And that's how the right-wing propaganda machine works. Tens of thousands of people peacefully protested on Portland streets this Saturday, October 18th, for the second No Kings March. Portland is a sanctuary city, and we will continue to support community members exercising their First Amendment rights. Portland police once again supported the march. We are community united. It takes all of us to make Portland a special place we call home. Okay, well, what happened at the Saturday, though? What happened at nighttime? Show what happens at night. That's their new favorite thing. Okay, show nighttime. Send in the troops, 47. Send in the troops, from a guy that's never been served before. Nick Sorter is the type that would, he's like a, you would have cheered on the war in Iraq probably. Yeah, send the military where I think they should go. That's what they don't think of anything. They don't care about the military. The military are bots to them, and that could just be used for whatever their political goals are. Which for Nick Sorter is the fucking streets of Portland, or the street, the intersection. Los Angeles-based activist and New York Times bestselling author and illustrator Nicholas Smith draws Antifa America featuring Portland frog. Wow. The new symbol of our time. Historians are going to look back on this and be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, what the heck? What is going on? I think the picture goes hard. Portland 2025. Literally. This is the famous. We were out there that night too. I should have stood here to get the angle here, but we were out there the night that the toad started. ICE didn't like that, and they went up to the toad's little air hole and blasted pepper spray into it. And then the toad was like, "Oh, it's just a little spicy, but nothing bad. I've had spicier. What do you say? I had spicier food from I had spicier Mexican food." Portland toad pepper spray. Like literally went right into it. Do they have the interview with the toad after this? I don't think they do. Oh yeah. I've definitely had spicier tamales. That's a quote from the Portland frog. The Portland protest frog didn't let a stream of chemical spray aimed directly at his costume's air vent stop him. A TikTok video of the onslaught by a federal agent is now up to at least probably more than 1.4 million now. I don't know what it would be. Probably like 3 million or something. Where's the rest of the article? I have to purchase this? I've tasted spicier. I'm Mexican. What do you expect? Okay. So that Portland frog's gone viral so many times. Donald Trump's support among men is eroding. Trump appears to be losing his grip on a key segment of voters, which is men. Really? How'd that happen? In August, 45% of men approved of Trump compared to with 51% who disapproved. By September, that margin widened to 44-53. Okay. Economic frustrations, obviously. Nothing else would move men. Most men. Most dudes. Yeah, that'll do it. You wanna make an American move on something? Money. Money. Take their money. Or do fuck with their money. And then they'll move. They'll be like, whoa. Hold on, buddy. Now I care. Whoa, now you done it. Unfortunately. Not for all, though. It's cool seeing the protests. And seeing that, you know, that some Americans, it doesn't take money. It's just natural. What? Married GOP Representative Tony Gonzalez had an affair with his senior aide, who was then found dead. What? It's like some shit that the right wing would say Hillary Clinton does. It's posted an hour ago. Daily Mail's kind of sus. Yeah, you can't take anything at face value anymore. Burned to death. So no major news stories. Daily Mail is the only one reporting on it. It's tough, man. It's tough. Not a good source. Damn. Well, congressional staffer died after catching fire.
Hey guys, Cody with Kevy Safe.
No, thank you, Cody.
Tonight, we're learning it could take weeks, to figure out how a former staffer for Congressman Tony Gonzalez died in Uvalde. This is 35-year-old Regina Santos Aviles.
As she passed away over the weekend, and a family member says that was after she caught on fire.
KSAT Investigates Daniela Ibarra first broke this story. She's been spending the day in Uvalde today trying to learn more about Regina Santos Aviles and what happened to her.
Neighbors say this entire street was filled with police and EMS on Saturday night. Through speaking with family members, we've learned that Regina Santos Aviles was on fire outside of her home here in Uvalde. They say she was actually in front of the porch. And
why was she on fire?
Her last words were, "I don't want to die." Uvalde police say they responded to the home around 9:30 on Saturday night, along with firefighters and paramedics. Family members I spoke with are adamant that they believe this was an accident. One of the family members...
There you go, guys. I'm sorry, I got distracted, but get your fucking dog armor. I'm just, look at the ads over here, just armor and shit. I got so distracted, that threw me off. There you go, bring your dog to the protest if they're wearing that.
Even mentioned that there was a water hose outside. According to her LinkedIn page, Santos Aviles was the regional director for U.S. Congressman Tony Gonzalez's office in Uvalde since November of 2021. Neighbors we spoke with say she was well known here in Uvalde. And many people we spoke with also described her as a nice person who loved her job. In a statement, Congressman Tony Gonzalez says he is heart-stricken, noting that Regina was passionate about making Uvalde a better place. Uvalde police say they're investigating this incident along with the Texas Rangers. We asked Uvalde police for an interview, but they declined. We've also reached out to the Texas Rangers to find out why they're involved in this investigation, and we'll continue to update with what we find out. In Uvalde, I'm...
Don't sound like they know much. How does she catch on fire? Saturday night incident in her home. Wow. So her last words were, "I don't want to die." Okay, so that happened, and then you have news that's trying to connect Tony Gonzalez to it. That's what it looks like, because that's, I mean, Daily Mail's rag. Daily Mail's a rag source, so take that with what you will. But probably could be true. It's like big if true news. Big if true, if there's a real connection to how she died and him. But you need an investigation for that, which we don't have. So could be true. Big if true. Now it's kind of weird. She dies on fire and then she's like, I don't want to die. So it clearly wasn't like, it didn't sound like it'd be self-inflicted. Bizarre. Yep. Well, but I guess if you're in Texas, pay attention to that news. Or Tony Gonzalez. We'll have to see. New one from Matt. The guy who in Asheville tried to make himself a victim. So many of these protesters in Asheville, North Carolina have had their lives dramatically improved. The city didn't have running water a year ago. Trump's DOT gave the largest federal grant in history to fix roads and bridges in western North Carolina. Trump's FEMA restored 80% of all open cases from the Biden administration within weeks. Trump's DOT fixed the I-40 highway. Trump's DOT. And what most people thought would take years, if not months, and doing it cheaper also. Trump's housing and urban development approved $1.4 billion for Helene housing recovery and did so in record time. Trump's USDA delivered $221 million in a disaster block grant to western North Carolina farmers hit by Helene. Okay. I'm not in on. Let's just do this. Let's do this. Is this facts or nah? ChatGPT, help. Help with North Carolina stuff. Let's see. Searching Asheville, North Carolina, running water. Okay, we got ChatGPT on the case. Okay. What's backed up? The storm situation in Asheville, North Carolina. Okay. It's confirmed the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development approved $1.4 billion. Okay. Sounds good. U.S. DOT allocated $1.15 billion emergency relief funding. Okay. U.S. Department of Agriculture signed. Okay. What's contradicted, exaggerated, or missing proof? Running water claim. The claim was the city didn't have running water a year ago. Fact, yes, the city's water system was severely damaged after Helene, and thousands of residents were without safe running water for a period with boil water notices, etc. But didn't have running water in the sense that the entire city had zero running water for the whole year is overstated. It was more like a large-scale disruption, extended boil notices, but the system was restored sufficiently by late October 2024 for many. 80% of all open cases from the Biden administration within weeks. Claim, Trump's FEMA resolved 80% of all open cases from the Biden administration within weeks of him taking office. Verification, I found a statement by DHS Secretary Kristi Noem on February 2025 that open FEMA cases in North Carolina decreased by almost 80% in the past 5 days, but this is a specific statement about one reduction period in a region, which is Western North Carolina, and is not equivalent to the sweeping 80% of all open cases from the Biden admin resolved in weeks claim. Also, ChatGPT found no credible independent source verifying from the Biden admin frame or within weeks time period. So this claim is misleading or at least lacking context. Also, many fact checkers and news outlets flagged claims of massive transfers, diversions of FEMA funds as false or mostly false. The largest federal grant in history to fix roads and bridges in western North Carolina. The $1.15 billion figure is correct and cited as largest single allocation under the emergency relief program for a state. But the claim, the largest federal grant in history, is too broad. It qualifies only within a specific DOT program, not all federal grants for roads and bridges in USA history. So it's somewhat true, but overstated. The DOT fixed I-40 in what most people thought would take years in a few months and cheaper than anyone thought possible. I found no reliable source confirming an interpretation most people thought would take years, cheaper than anyone thought. These are reports roads reopened and major repairs progressed, but the cheaper than anyone thought possible is more spin interpretation than documented fact. For example, over 98% of state roads had at least partially reopened by late of 2024. Time and attribution. Many claims attribute fast action to the Trump administration. However, the timeline is tricky. Helene hit September of 2024, which was under Biden. The grants and approvals appear in the 2024 to 2025 period. Many announcements happen after hurricane and may involve multiple administrations, which is like the housing and urban development. 1.4 billion approval was in April of 2025, blah, blah, blah. But the claim that this happened in record time needs more scrutiny. While some approvals were quick and relative to past storms, there's no clear baseline or exhaustive comparison in the sources. So the statement, the verdict from ChatGPT of it all goes, the statement includes some accurate pieces, especially around major funding, like the 1.15 billion in DOT allocation, the 1.4 billion in housing and urban development, and the 221 million in USDA, but several parts are exaggerated or not fully supported. The claim about no running water is exaggerated. The claim about 80% of FEMA cases resolved from Biden administration is misleading. The claim about largest federal grant in history needs qualification. The blanket attribution to Trump did all of that for you simplifies the complex reality of disaster response. So I'd say mostly true plus embellished is not outright false, but definitely not fully accurate either. That's like the average MAGA take. It's like feelings, but facts are not really there, or are extra exaggerated, or just outright lies. So they use loose facts to then support their claims. So it's a propaganda. Propaganda is when you grab a couple facts and then you inject feelings into it. Okay. There's your ChatGPT fact check for Matt Van Swol. I'm going to use AI for MAGA takes from now on. There's no point in seriously debating it. Until there's a conservative that comes out that has good points or whatever that is valid. I mean, like, beyond that, you don't have to put thinking into it. They don't, so why would you? Right wing's getting all excited about it. What about Obama's tan suit? Remember when Obama ate fancy mustard? They were more upset about him wearing. Yeah, the MAGA or right wing was upset about Obama's tan suit. The courting, I will never, and I mean never, get tired of watching soy-fueled, AIDS-looking Antifa poking the bear and then immediately getting bear maced. This is what the quartering looks like too, by the way. He looks like one of those young Republicans. Suey eyes. He's got the suey eyes. There's nothing left. You know what else I've noticed with MAGA is, like, it's in their eyes. Like, look at his fucking eyes, dude. The eyes tell everything. You got like 3 or 4 layers. This dude's, I think, the same age as me. How old is the quartering? I think Jeremy is my age. Oh, he's 42. Okay, he's a little older than me then. Jeremy. 42 though. Damn. There's not much left. There's no light there. There's no future. There's no happiness. There's nothing there anymore. It's just a dead end. And these people. Some of these takes you just scroll right past. You just scroll right past them. They're just nonsense. Twitter has become Facebook. Yeah. Oh, it's right-wing slop. That's what happens when the right wing takes over. It becomes useless fucking slop. Not my Facebook isn't though. We have a good Facebook following on my page. We have a good one. Uh-oh. The National Guard is coming. Maybe should I do a news stream about the National Guard going to Portland? I bet we'd have a fuckload of people tuning in. Matt Tardio's like, guys, this is the best day ever.
In their faces. This type of crap takes place on the streets over there all the frickin' time. Now, I pause on this frame for a reason. Right there, you see lady in the black sweatshirt ends up putting her hands on red dress thing. When she does so, that's when she ends up getting punched in the face. Now, make no mistake about it. I don't even want to go there. This right here, before we get into it, as we look at the legalities of it, right? That lady, the thing in the red dress there, decided to take a step towards the individual. Now, you have a right to what's called personal space. You don't have to let people get that close to you. Lady in the black sweatshirt didn't punch her in the face. She didn't do anything crazy. She got her own distance. And she's allowed to do that because the person with the megaphone is assaulting her with noise, believe it or not, because it can blow out.
Assaulting her with noise.
And then that results in a punch to the face. Not a very good one, just a punch to the face. Now,
this is a veteran. This is somebody who sells themselves as a fucking Delta Force super soldier, Green Beret, assaulting with noise.
Now, let's take a look at the results of the poll before we get into the actual. So
this is one of the guys that's live and is like influencing that Portland is a war zone. Send the National Guard. Portland is a war zone. Send the National Guard. Militarize Portland. That's why I meme on the fucking stupid ass map he made. I'm already in his head though, as you guys can see. I'm already in his head, so this guy's a pussy. So we need to send the National Guard. There's a situation, and I thought they had a temporary win with getting rid of the Antifa camp for like a second.
Results of it. Let's take a look here. Poll says 75% of you believe the person in the red dress out of the 487 of you that came in and voted. Almost 80% of you think that should happen. Well, I went over to Portland Police's, how do I want to say this? I don't know. Protest, news publishing, briefing, crap.
The portland.gov website.
I'm trying to remember what the bulletin. There we go. It says on Saturday, October 18th, the Portland police monitored activity on the ground, and it labels the arrest. Now, first one that they put, Michelle P. Bax, 46, of Portland, was arrested for assault in the 4th degree. Michelle Bax is the person in the red dress, to my knowledge, allegedly. That is Michelle Bax. Stacy A. Pritchard, 32, of Portland, was arrested for, get this, harassment and biased crime in the 2nd degree. Allegedly, because she called the person in the red dress a man and was shaking the bell. That was, and by the way, harassment can also be pushing. So now they're claiming that the pushing back was harassment and a biased crime. Can't make this crap up. Essentially a hate crime. Clearly it's a transgender individual. And Stacy used the birth sex of the person, got charged with a biased crime in the 2nd degree. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. Right. Because that person was blasting a megaphone and got too close. Harassment. And then
I think Pam posted the video of this. Listening it to Matt Tardio is like pain. I think Pam posted the video of what happened. It's pain. There you go. Yeah, what? Fuck you, Matt. What do you mean? She put her hands on her. Get the fuck out of here. You put your hand like that. I don't give a shit. That little Snorlax bitch in Chicago almost got a right hook, and I had to stop. I don't give a fuck who you are. You put your hands on me or my shit. You're like, you can get this work. The fuck you mean? Look at. And then Matt on his stream right now is like, yeah, she was valid. Yeah, she could totally put her hands on other people. You know, she was with her bell and then got too close. But the real person is the red dress. Yeah, the red dress lady was the one in the wrong. Are you shitting me, bro? Are you shitting me? Like, if this little fucking loser was just bringing her bell and like standing there wouldn't be anything to do. But you put your hands on her. Yeah, and you get this fucking work at that point. Catch these hands. You put your hands on me, you're gonna catch these hands. That's what's gonna happen. Oh, and it looks like the protester activated their fucking camera too, just to film it. Because they knew what the fuck, like, they knew. Literally put their hands on their fucking megaphone. Wow.
It is on video. It is on video. You fucking touch me, you're gonna get punched again. You fucking touch me, you're gonna get punched again. You touch me, you're gonna get punched again.
Hell yeah. So Matt Tardio is on his stream right now saying that the true victim is the one holding the sign.
I know it gets our attention.
I'm trying to keep you out of trouble, so I just want to make sure to issue a warning. I got my body camera on, it's recording. So if you go up to somebody,
Here's the Portland police warning Tommy Boy out there for his megaphone noise and how it could be considered illegal.
big loud train horn.
Oh, why?
So that thing is really loud.
I know it gets our attention.
I'm trying to keep you out of trouble, so I just
He has a train horn.
camera on, it's recording. So
He has the super ultra train horn that you have to.
Out there doing is blasting megaphones in people's ears. They did it to me. They did it to everybody else. But they're walking up to Tommy.
Not a single person blasted a megaphone. No one even knew who Matt Tardio was until he went home and started making maps. He was just like, looked like a Hollister, washed ass, mid-40s looking loser hanging out with the other losers in the crowd.
And they're going to warn Tommy. They're warning Tommy about it. Now that's like, I guarantee you the megaphone that thing had in the other video is quite a bit louder than Tommy's. Tommy's is kind of.
Can I call in and call him a pussy? I'm going to do that. Can I call in? Is he do a call in eventually?
That megaphone that trans person had, freaking amazing. So loud, it's not even funny. I'm pretty sure she was even controlling it with like a little button. So when I'm talking about Trump sending in the National Guard because the police quite literally don't do their job, this is exactly what the heck I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That is literally
how do you do it?
Double standard that has been taking place over there for freaking months. Months. If Nick's arrest wasn't enough, I don't know what else to tell you. If that flyer that I showed you wasn't enough, I don't know what to tell you. Let's continue on because they're about to bring something else up that I have personally heard residents from that apartment complex behind them screaming at the protesters down below. I captured on one of my streams, screaming at those violent protesters down below to shut up because their 3 or 4 year old kid needs to get sleep in the morning because they're blasting megaphones on the street, literally complaining. Residents stop complaining to the cops about noise ordinance because they don't do anything. But hold on, because Tommy.
I'm not doing that.
That's a result of that. Okay,
Yeah.
the train horn's really loud.
Yeah.
He said he takes calls on Rumble and X. Well, X is out of the question because he's too much of a pussy.
I don't do it after 10 years.
Yeah, can't do it on X. I'm not on Rumble. Rumble is for losers.
Oh crap! After 10, Tommy can't use his bullhorn. What-oh? Tommy can't use his bullhorn after 10. They're warning Tommy. Does everybody now see the double standard?
There is no double fucking standard. Tommy's out there to fight. He's out there and sucker punch 2 people. He openly says, I have a smoke bomb with me. He's over there trying to get into protesters' faces. He's not just standing there, standing there. And this is also the same guy that this loser, Matt Tardio, raised money for.
I said the National Guard doesn't need to go in there if Portland police can do their job. What I've discovered is that the Portland Police Bureau is enforcing the law in a very systematic way. A very, very systematic way.
They're enforcing the law in a systematic way. Okay.
And that systematic way that they're enforcing the law is going after people on the right. If you don't believe that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll go right back to their own flyer and I'll point out to you just the optics of this and whatever this public information officer is trying to present, where you have somebody on the right that got arrested and people on the left that are being coddled by the Portland Police Department. Does everybody see that?
What a
hope
pussy.
You guys see exactly what I'm pointing out to.
We're the victims.
They are literally coddling the left.
We're the victims.
Literally coddling the left.
Say it into the camera. You have to say it into the camera again.
In a discriminate manner.
No. Put the camera back on and look into the camera again.
Against people on the right, even citing noise ordinance. Even citing noise ordinance against Tommy. Reminding him that his loud bullhorn could be considered assault because you could hurt somebody's ear. And Trans-Tifa has been out there doing it the entire time.
No, you're full of shit. Nope, wrong. They don't have train horns. They're not out there with train fucking horns. They're out there with their own little megaphone. They're out there with their megaphone and their music. No one's out there with a loud ass, super loud, extra loud ass fucking train horn except for MAGA.
Who is it that they're actually out there protesting against?
The ICE.
Who are they upset by?
ICE.
Well, they're upset because ICE is arresting people like I'm about to show you. This man is a freaking child sex offender being taken off the street. Right here.
Okay, so you tell them that they're grabbing sex offenders, so therefore the protesters are trying to defend sex offenders. That's the propaganda. Nice, Matt. No, this is fucking, this is nothing now. This is like right-wing just slop platform now. They used to do maps and talk about the war and actually give information. This is literally just slop bullshit now. Yeah, grabbing the pedophile, except for the one in the office, though. Yeah, what about Trump? What about the president? What about the Epstein files? You care about pedophiles, but yet the Epstein files, where are those at? And if this guy is, if true, fine, goodbye. The protesters are out there protesting the militarization of the police and the increasing authoritarian power that Trump is giving to ICE and ICE agents for detaining Americans, and especially if their actions with the protesters are validating their concern. Because when you have ICE agents running and grabbing protesters that are just standing there protesting them, it's validating what they're afraid of. What an idiot.
Oh, the horror. Somebody call Trans-Tifa and get them out there immediately. The police are arresting child sex offenders. God forbid. God forbid ICE is taking these people and kicking them out of the dang country where they don't belong because they're here illegally. And even if they're on visas, guess what? Guess what? They got to go. Antifa loons hit with first terror charges for ICE attack. Part of cell armed with 50 guns, according to the feds.
Antifa loons hit with first terror charges for ICE attack. What website is this from? Let's see if we can get that. Antifa loons. What news source is he reading from? David Proper? Who the fuck is that? New York Post? Oh, nice. Yep, that makes sense for Matt Tardio. New York Post source.
50 guns. The ones that got indicted the other day, and you read over the paperwork, They not only shot a law enforcement officer in Texas on July 4th, but they shouted for them to go and get more guns. When I was on the streets in Portland, multiple people were flashing guns. Multiple people were flashing guns, and the police did quite literally nothing.
You're lying. You're liar for sure. Guys, remember on the Portland streams all of the guns that the protesters are brandishing?
That guy right there. Does this look familiar? Does this remind anybody of 2020 over in Portland? You guys remember stuff like that going down all around the country, as a matter of fact, not just in Chicago or Portland.
Yeah, do you guys remember 2020? Do you guys remember that? You guys remember the 2020? Yeah, it's like 2020.
Or New York, but literally all around the country we had this crap happening. And all of these liberal cities where they refuse to actually enforce the law. And you have people show up because they get so pissed off because the law is not actually being enforced. And here in this circumstance, in this case, that is exactly what happened. Right.
All right. Well, there you go. This is the person, as well as others, that are trying to influence the National Guard going into Portland and other places. And they're spending their time advocating for that. What a loser. What a fucking loser. Matt Tardio. Loser. All right, y'all. Well, yeah, we're going to be covering Portland, looks like. They're uploading more videos of shit and Harry Sisson. Remember when I told you guys that MAGA is just poop and pee? I told you, I think it was like a couple weeks ago. MAGA is just poop and pee and butts and dicks and vaginas. And who has them and where they go and where they say they can go. And that is MAGA. At the end of the day. Okay. All right. I think I've had enough for today. If you guys want to support the stream, though, we're going to be probably getting ready to go back to Portland. Europol just dismantled a SIM farm for hire platform that powered 49 million fake accounts. Whoa. So this is a bot farm. This what needs to happen in America. Go after these bot farms. These are the people you're arguing with on the internet, too, by the way. Jesus. This one is used for fraud, but the same exact thing for bots, though, on the internet. They probably use this for money transfers and shit. Crypto farm shit. But all this the same is used for politics and culture on the internet. They have bots farms like this. Well, that's good. That's always good when I see that. You're a loser, send you money. I don't think that's how that works. You can go and support Tommy Boy, though, if you want to send a loser some money. And Matt Tardio's efforts in supporting Tommy Boy. But if you guys want more, make sure you like and subscribe. Put your notification bell on. I'm still trimming off a bunch of MAGA from my YouTube channel that followed me over the past 5 years. And that, yeah, because every time I actually do a stream talking about current events beyond just filming it, my subscriber count goes down. Every time. Because a lot of them subscribe during the heat of the moment streams, and then later on they're like, oh, why am I following this leftist? Oops, and then they unsubscribe. So I appreciate everybody for subscribing and sticking around. That supports Mercado Media. Continue to do that. If you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on Facebook, make sure you guys like and follow. Here's the last piece for the day from Brent about no kings.
So by now you've seen that AI video of my Orange King dumping feces all over them No Kings protesters, and I loved it. I loved it. Talk about presidential. And it got me thinking, which I rarely do, but it got me thinking. I said, I wonder why President Droopy Mouth is using more AI recently. I wonder why President Cankles is using more AI, but I digest. If you haven't seen the video,
I digest.
It's an AI video, and you could tell it was AI because President Darkhands fit inside a fighter jet, and he took off. He looked badass flying around. Even Kid Rock was like, God damn, that's badass, right? That's an American badass right there. And he flew over them No Kings protesters and dropped liquid feces all over them. It looked like a bunch of people getting slimed on the Kids' Choice Awards, which is actually President Statutory's favorite award show.
President Statutory. Oh, no.
Favorite award show. Epstein file. And you could tell it was a bunch of crybaby liberals because when that shit fell down, oh, they were mad. They were pissed off. And us maggots, we wouldn't have got mad. We would have loved it. We said, please, Daddy, Cankles, please give us more sweet nectar from your turd cutter. You can do no wrong. Treat us like mushroom. Keep us in the dark and feed us shit. 20 billion to Argentina. A foreign military base on U.S. soil. I love you, President Wolfeneck. You're just unbelievable.
President Volvanek is nuts. Wow.
You crybaby liberals, because when that shit fell down, oh, they were mad. They were pissed off. And us maggots, we wouldn't have got mad. We would have loved it. We said,
num, num, num.
Please, Daddy, Cankles, please give us more sweet nectar from your turd cutter. You can
Sweet nectar from your turd cutter.
maggots, we wouldn't have got mad. We would have loved it. We said, please, Daddy, Cankles, please give us more sweet nectar from your turd cutter. You can do no wrong. Treat us like mushroom. Keep us in the dark and feed us shit. 20 billion to Argentina. A foreign military base on U.S. soil.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
Wolfeneck. You're just unbelievable.
Oh, God. So good. Guys, go follow Brent. He's good. He's good in times like this. Really good. Him, Jon Stewart. I think are all I need to get me through the times. Jon Stewart and Brent. All right. All right. So appreciate you guys for watching. I'm getting we're going to do, it's spooky season. We got to finish Ghost of Tsushima. Like, we got to do that. So, let's do that then. So Ghost of Tsushima, legendary game, much better than the Hassan sponsored Assassin's Creed game. That game was terrible. Assassin's Creed is bad. Ghost of Yote is good. Come watch a real game. All right. But we will have horror games by the end of the week again. I want to get this. I want to beat this here. We got to beat it. We got to finish it. So, and it's a good game. Not that I'm trying to hurry it up. Like, I don't want it to be done. Like, but Halloween is like next week, 10 days from now, 11 days from now. So we got to continue our spooky games, but we can't do that until we beat Ghost of Yote, which is really good. You got Battlefield 6 out and stuff, but I'll probably play Battlefield 6 like just to hang out and talk with people and play. It's one of those games that you could just kind of like fire up and just kind of play, you know. You can play that game whenever. It's a good game, but not really a game I don't think I'm going to main. There's no point in maining it. But I main like story games. So come on out and check it out. Ghost of Yote, or we'll continue spooky games again. Good thing I did start early and start playing them early. Been almost a month since we played some. But it's just the time of times. Arc Raiders was fun. I did a 5-hour stream playing that. I'm just ready for the full game. The server slams over anyways, but I didn't really feel like playing it beyond just that one stream because, I mean, why? The game comes out next week, and I'm just ready for the full thing. So Arc Raiders will also be a stream that we do. So I love that game. Battlefield 6, Arc Raiders will probably just be like a game that we just play. Same with Madden. I played Madden last night, and it was a good time. I guess I didn't, though. Did I stream Madden, didn't I? I don't know where it went. I did play Madden last night. I just don't see the stream. I'll figure that out. But, you know, I do play games just to play them, just to hang out. Division 2 is another one, but I do usually try to keep to a theme or a playthrough. And we're continuing our Ghost of Yote, which is really, really good. So come and check it out. Good game, samurai stuff, feudal Japan, really good shit there. So I hope you guys come on and check us out. I appreciate everybody for the support. Hit the Buy Me a Coffee link, which is in the description. I'll probably put up another little for Portland because we're probably going to be going back because the National Guard is going to be going there. We'll be doing streams on it this week. Tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next. It's just going to keep streams on what the federal government is doing, the protest movement in response to it, and I appreciate everybody for supporting the Buy Me a Coffee link. You guys are awesome. And also just the general support in the chat, the general support, all the followers on Twitch, Bricks with the follow. Thank you, Mouse. We had a hype train. Thank you for the hype train over there. iBlue with a gifted community sub on Twitch. And everybody that's been over there, you guys are awesome. I appreciate all of you. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, follow the platforms. Even if you like watching on just one of them, just follow them all, just so that way you have them. And that way, if any of the platforms gets taken down, then I have other ones you can watch immediately. Okay, guys, have a good night. See you guys on my gaming channel. Slava Ukraine and Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Fuck off. Take care.